meeting, there will be one general period of public comment tonight during oral communications. Persons speaking during the general public comment period may provide the planning board oral communication on any matter concerning city business. If you would like to participate in public comment period, please call 818-238-3335. Again, it's 818-238-3335. The invocation tonight will be given by Board Member Heiner, and I will give the flag salute. If you'd all please rise.
Thank you. We give thanks to all those present this evening and give remembrance for all those that cannot be with us. May we do our best by them. Thank you.
Please join me in saluting our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, can we have the roll call?
Board Member Otakunian?
Present.
Board Member Monaco?
Present.
Board Member Heiner?
Present.
Board Member Rosati?
I am here.
All board members are present.
Thank you. In order to balance the health risks associated with COVID-19 and the public's right to conduct the people's business in a transparent and open manner during the current state of emergency and the interest of public health and safety, board members will be participating in an online planning board meeting. City facilities are closed to the public until further notice. The public will not be able to physically attend today's meeting. The city is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating in the planning board meeting. In lieu of in-person attendance, members of the public may participate in the public comment period by calling 818-238-3335. Do we have any announcements tonight?
No, we do not.
There are 4 public hearings on tonight's agenda. We will get started with item number 1. Now is the time and place for the hearing on project number 20-0002167 to receive public comment for the draft environmental impact report for the 2021 through 2029 housing element, safety element, and environmental justice general plan updates. At the March 14th, 2022 Planning Board meeting, staff provided an overview of the project, a summary of the EIR, and the meeting was open to receive public comments on the DEIR. Additionally, the board indicated that during that March 28th, 2022 Planning Board hearing, there would be a secondary opportunity for the public to provide comments on the DEIR before the end of the 65-day public review period. However, the March 28th, 2022 Planning Board hearing on this item was continued to today, April 11th, 2022. Board meeting due to lack of a quorum. As a result, the public will now be given an opportunity to comment on the draft EIR although the public review period for the draft EIR ended on March 31st, 2022. Any comments received tonight will be considered. Before we begin, do any planning board members have any legal or other conflict of interest related to this hearing?
No.
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 Nope. Mr. Plumbeck, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
Are there any written communications on this matter?
There are no new additional written communications on this item.
And are we going to have a summary by the community development?
Tonight we will not. Just want to reiterate that the presentation given on March 14th, 2022 was the presentation that was given. And just want to remind the public and the board that tonight we will reopen the item up for public comment. We will not be making any decisions this evening, just receiving public comment on the item.
Great. We will now open up the meeting to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the planning board for a maximum time of 3 minutes. To address the planning board, please call 818-238-3335. The phone lines are now open. Please bear with us as we take a moment for the interest of the callers to get through the call lines.
We do have callers coming through the queue.
Okay, and for this item? Okay, let's do it.
We're confirming if it's for item 1 or item 2, the caller is calling.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we got the right item.
Our first caller is Michael McKinnon. Michael, you are now live with the planning board.
Good evening.
Hey, good evening, everyone. My name is Michael McCarran. I'm a member of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. I live and work in the area in the vicinity of the new project. I believe that I will be impacted by the environmental impacts of the project. The city should require the project to be built utilizing a local and skilled and trained workforce. Local, hire, and skilled and trained workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy. In a recent 2020 report titled Putting California on the High Road, a Jobs and Climate Action Plan for the 2030, the California Workforce Development Board concluded that investments in growing, diversifying, and upskilling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. Moreover, just this year, the South Coast Air Quality Management District found that the use of a local state-certified apprenticeship program or a skilled and trained workforce with a local hire component can result in air pollutant reductions. Other cities have not hesitated to apply skilled and trained workforce requirements for private development projects in their city. Recently, the city of Hayward in Northern California adopted a skilled and trained workforce requirements into its general plan and municipal code. Local skilled and trained workforce requirements can boost economic development and mitigate transportation and greenhouse gas impacts by minimizing vehicle miles traveled. Thank you. Have a good night.
There are no more callers in the queue.
Thank you. There being no further public comment on this item, I now declare the public comment period closed. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to make any further comments?
I just want to make one comment. We were notified that one of our links on our website is not working, but the one for the YouTube live streamer channel link is working. So we have two links on our website that connect you to the to our meeting tonight. One of them is to the website. The second one's to the YouTube channel. The YouTube channel is working, and right now we're working on getting the website link up and running. Other than that,
Is that the Granicus site?
yes, the Granicus site, correct.
Okay,
And I have no other comments other than that.
okay. Does the board have any questions for staff regarding item number 1? Seeing none? Okay. There are no further questions of staff. I now declare the meeting closed on this item. Moving on to item number 2. Now is the time and place for the hearing on project number 19-0001137 concerning a request to clarify a final environmental impact report and adoption of a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, statement of overriding considerations and findings in fact, and approval of the development review conditional use permit density bonus vesting tentative track map number 82605 to allow the construction of a mixed-use residential project on a 26,393 square foot site. The project includes 49 residential units, 2,000 square feet of commercial, and public accessibility open space located on the ground floor at 3700 Riverside Drive in the MDC3 Media District Commercial Zone. This item was continued from March 28, 2022 meeting due to a lack of quorum. Before we begin, do any planning board members have any legal or other conflict of interest regarding this hearing?
No.
No. Yeah.
No. Have any planning board members had any communications, including written, oral, with the applicant or the applicant's representative or any other person?
No. No.
No.
I think a couple of weeks ago, somebody had asked me some questions about this project, and I just simply answered those questions that we'd be having this meeting tonight. So I'm just going to make that disclosure. Mr. Plumbleck, have the notices by law been given?
Yes, they have.
Are there any written communications on this matter?
Yes, sir. We received one additional written communication on the item from J. Key Law, and that's been provided to the board members. We received it today.
Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us?
Good evening, Vice Chair, members of the board. This is Daniel Villa with the City of Burbank Planning Division. We do have a pre-recorded presentation for the board and for the public. I will warn you, it is a somewhat lengthy presentation. We do ask that you bear through it. We just want to make sure that we get everyone up to speed on the project and provide the entire scope of the project. So with that, just give us a minute while we put the presentation up. Thank you. This is Daniel Villa, a senior planner in the City of Burbank Community Development Department. Tonight, I will be going over the project at 3700 Riverside Drive. I'll begin my presentation by providing some background on the property and proposed project. I will then provide an overview of staff's environmental assessment on the project, followed by an overall summary as well as staff's recommendation to the planning board. Vice Chair, we are going to replay the presentation. I would just inform that the people on Zoom could not hear it. So just give us a second.
Thank you.
So we're going to give it another try. Good evening, members of the planning board. This is Daniel V. Good evening, members of the planning board. This is Daniel Villa, a senior planner in the City of Burbank Community Development Department. Tonight, I will be going over the project. Can we just confirm, board member Abraham, can you hear the presentation?
I see the presentation, yes.
Were
Can you
you
hear
able to
it?
hear it a second ago?
Yes, I can hear it. It started and it stopped. It started and it stopped.
Perfect. Yeah, I think it's just maybe the microphones of our IT department. So we're going to give it another go, and I think we're good to go.
I'll give you a thumbs up when it starts.
Perfect. Good evening, members of the Planning Board. This is Daniel Villa, a senior planner in the City of Burbank Community Development Department. Tonight, I will be going over the project at 3700 Riverside Drive. I'll begin my presentation by providing some background on the property and proposed project. I will then provide an overview of staff's environmental assessment on the project, followed by an overall summary as well as staff's recommendation to the Planning Board. The project is located at 3700 Riverside Drive in the city's Media District Specific Plan on the southeast corner of Hollywood Way and Riverside Drive. The property is zoned Media District General Business, MDC3, and has a general plan land use designation of Media District Commercial. The property is currently improved with an existing car wash facility, the Lakeside Car Wash. The Lakeside Car Wash was originally built in 1956. Subsequent to that, additions and signs were constructed between 1957 and 1990. This is a view of the property looking from Riverside Drive. These are other images showing the existing Lakeside Car Wash. Let's go over some property history. The property was originally developed in 1938 with a residential dwelling unit. A gas station was later developed on the property in the 1940s, and in 1956, the gas station was replaced with the Lakeside Car Wash. In the 1990s, the original residential dwelling unit was demolished, and today, the Lakeside Car Wash remains as a sole use on the property. Initially built in 1956, the Lakeside Car Wash was one of many businesses constructed in response to the rapid rise in popularity of automobile transportation, as Burbank and the San Fernando Valley's population burgeoned after World War II, when returning veterans settled in the area. This significant population and automobile explosion is a unique chapter in the history of Burbank and California's greater cultural, social, and economic history. It represented transition from the area's early agricultural history to new commercial and residential uses. The Lakeside Car Wash is one of few existing examples of car washes that remain from this period associated with the city's growth, development, and emphasis on automobile culture. It exhibits a unique blend of ranch and mid-century commercial-style architectural elements. These styles are exemplified through its thematic design, rambling, low horizontal form, rustic materials, large angled plate glass windows, and highly visible pylon sign with googie elements. The Lakeside Car Wash is currently not designated as a historic resource at the federal, state, and local level. However, staff's environmental assessment found that it is eligible for designation at all three, the federal, state, and local level. The project proposes to construct a 6-story mixed-use residential development that includes a mezzanine. There would be a total of 90 parking spaces and 49 residential condominium units, 4 of which would be available to very low-income households, as well as 2,000 square feet of commercial space and publicly accessible open space on the ground floor. The existing Lakeside Car Wash would be demolished as part of the project. This is a rendering of the proposed mixed-use residential development as viewed from Riverside Drive. As can be seen towards the bottom corner of the image, the applicant proposes to include or to relocate the existing pylon sign that reads Car Wash to the corner of Riverside Drive and Screenland Drive. This is a proposed site plan. The applicant proposes to have ground floor commercial along the corner of Riverside Drive and Hollywood Way, as well as a residential lobby and amenities, parking, and publicly accessible open space on the ground floor. The residential portion of the project would span from the 2nd to 6th floor. There would be a mezzanine above the 6th floor. Parking would be provided on podium and underground levels, and vehicle access onto the project would be provided from Hollywood Way as well as from Screenland Drive. This is a floor plan of the 2nd floor. Common open space would be provided on this floor. And this is the roof plan. Common open space would also be provided on the roof. It is worth noting that floors 2 through 6 would be set back more than 10 feet away from the side property line abutting the neighboring property. These are the building elevations as viewed from Riverside Drive, as well as the alley at the rear of the property. And these are the building elevations as viewed from Screenland Drive and Hollywood Way. These are the applicant's project objectives provided to city staff. These project objectives shape the proposed project. They generally aim to help meet citywide housing demand and reduce vehicles miles traveled by providing for-sale housing opportunities and pedestrian-oriented development in a jobs-rich area that is in close proximity to transit. To contribute to the economic health of the city and recreational needs of the media district through the redevelopment of an underutilized property that helps address community needs and is economically feasible to build. To provide a mix of housing types that are affordable to various economic segments of the population and create opportunities for locally serving commercial uses, as well as provide development that is consistent with the city's goals for sustainable development. And to facilitate preservation of the existing pylon sign at the corner of Riverside Drive and Hollywood Way by incorporating it into the project, as well as preserve the history of the Lakeside Car Wash through the creation of historical records of the car wash facility. The project as proposed requires planning board approval of the following: a development review to redevelop the property, a conditional use permit to allow for 3 separate requests regarding the use, height, and commercial parking of the project, a density bonus that would permit a 35% increase in density, residential parking modifications, and waivers from 2 different development standards, as well as approval of a vesting tentative tract map to allow for the creation of residential and commercial condominium units. Additionally, staff's environmental assessment that was prepared for the project needs to be certified by the planning board before making a decision on the project, and the statement of overriding considerations needs to be adopted should it be the planning board's decision to allow for the demolition of the Lakeside Car Wash. The project was reviewed for consistency with all applicable city requirements. It is city staff's assessment that the project is consistent with the zoning regulations in the Burbank Municipal Code, the subdivision regulations in the Burbank Municipal Code and Subdivision Map Act, the Burbank 2035 General Plan, the Media District Specific Plan, the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, and all applicable findings required for approval of the project. Per the local and state density bonus law, applicants are allowed to request the approval of an increase in residential density of up to 50%, modified residential parking standards, and incentives, concessions, and/or waivers to facilitate build-out of a residential project. For this project, the applicant is requesting planning board consideration and approval of a 35% increase in density, modified residential parking standards, and waivers from 2 specific development standards pertaining to building setbacks. Staff finds that the project is consistent with the local and state density bonus law and therefore qualifies for approval of our requests. As referenced, the applicant is requesting approval of 2 waivers from specific development standards. The first is from the building setback requirements along Riverside Drive and Hollywood Way. The Burbank Municipal Code requires a setback of 5 feet or 20% of the height of the building, and allows reduced setbacks along the commercial frontages. While the project complies with building setbacks along the first and second stories, portions of the project in the upper third through 6 stories do not comply with the requirement. The waiver would allow the applicant the necessary building envelope to accommodate the residential unit dimensions and associated private and common open space for the proposed 1, 2, and 3-bedroom condominium units, which collectively provide the necessary physical space to develop the allowable number of residential dwelling units under local and state density bonus law. It is staff's assessment that this waiver request is warranted. The second waiver is from the setback requirements along the property line to the south, abutting the property at 115 North Hollywood Way. The Burbank Municipal Code requires a 5-foot setback along this property line because a portion of the abutting property is zoned high-density residential MDR4. The intent is to provide a buffer between structures on commercial lots and residential structures that are on residentially zoned lots. The property at 115 North Hollywood Way is not developed with residential structures. It is developed with a commercial and office building. However, the setback is still required. While the 2nd through 6 stories would all comply with the 5-foot setback requirements, an approximately 10-foot setback would be provided for stories 2 through 6. The first story of the building comes as close as 1 inch to the property line. A waiver from the setback would allow the applicant the necessary building envelope to accommodate the proper dimensions, including depth and width, for the commercial tenant spaces on the ground floor and the required parking. Additionally, the waiver would provide the applicant the necessary building envelope to include residential serving amenities on the ground floor that are typical of residential developments. It is city staff's assessment that the waiver is necessary to accommodate the necessary physical space and building envelope to facilitate construction of the project. Therefore, this waiver request is also warranted. When making a decision on the project, the Planning Board should consider the Housing Accountability Act. The proposed housing development is subject to protections under the Housing Accountability Act. Per the Housing Accountability Act, a city may not deny, reduce the density of, or make it infeasible to develop a housing project that is consistent with the applicable objective development standards. Should a city deny this type of project or approve it with a reduced density, the decision must be based on written findings supported by substantial evidence that the development would have a specific adverse impact on public health or safety unless disapproved or approved at a lower density, and that there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the specific adverse impact other than the disapproval or approval at a lower density. State law defines a specific adverse impact as a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. For the record, in the environmental assessment prepared for the project, staff did not find evidence stating that the project as proposed and with the associated mitigation measures would result in a specific adverse impact on public health or safety. The proposed project is subject to the environmental analysis under the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. It was established that an environmental impact report, also known as an EIR, was required for the project. The flowchart provides a summary of the process involved in the preparation of the EIR. We began with preparation of an initial study, then prepared a draft EIR that was released for public review in November of last year. We then responded to all public comments received and included them in the final EIR that was released in March 18th of 2022. As established per CEQA guidelines, the initial study and draft EIR evaluated 20 different environmental topic areas. A list of them is included on the slide. Staff's environmental assessment found that the project would result in significant and unavoidable environmental impacts to 3 of the 20 topical areas. These include aesthetics, cultural resources, and land use and planning. The impact would specifically result from the demolition of the Lakeside Car Wash, given that it is considered a historic resource under CEQA. To compare the impacts of the proposed project to the impacts of other potential developments, CEQA requires that project alternatives be considered as part of the EIR. The EIR identifies a total of 8 alternatives that were considered. The list on the slide includes those that were considered but rejected, as they failed to meet a majority of the project objectives or they were infeasible. A description of each of these alternatives can be found in section 7.3 of the draft EIR. This list includes 2 additional alternatives, the no project alternative and the partial preservation alternative. These alternatives were analyzed further in section 7.4 of the draft EIR. The partial preservation alternative looked at the option of partially preserving the car wash structure and relocating it to the corner of Hollywood Way and Riverside Drive as a repurposed commercial structure. The project would still include a residential component that would be wrapped around the car wash structure in an L-shaped design. However, the number of residential units would decrease to 34 units. On-site open space would also be reduced, and no affordable housing would be provided on-site. Additionally, the building would still be 6 stories tall with a mezzanine. Staff's analysis found that the existing car wash building has poor structural integrity, and that while relocating the entire building would not be infeasible, it would be difficult, impractical, and cost prohibitive. Given the age and poor structural integrity of the existing car wash building, most of the building would have to be reconstructed on site as part of this alternative. To the extent feasible, the original building components would be salvaged for partial preservation. Therefore, under this alternative, portions of the building that cannot be relocated, given the age and brittle nature of the building's concrete masonry units, would be reconstructed in a like manner with materials that resemble the appearance of the original building. Staff's environmental analysis established the partial preservation alternative as the environmentally superior alternative, given that some elements of the car wash would be preserved. However, the environmental assessment also acknowledged that some of the applicant's project objectives would not be met, and that a significant and unavoidable environmental impact would still occur to the historic resource. In summary, the environmental assessment established that the Lakeside Car Wash is not currently designated as a historic resource at the federal, state, and local level. However, the Lakeside Car Wash is eligible for designation as a resource at the federal, state, and local level. That the Lakeside Car Wash is considered a historic resource pursuant to CEQA. That the demolition of the Lakeside Car Wash would result in a significant and unavoidable environmental impact to that historic resource. And that with adoption of the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program, there are no other significant and unavoidable impacts resulting from the project. Again, here's a flowchart providing a summary of the process involved in the preparation of the EIR. At this point, City staff has completed preparation of the environmental assessment for the project. At tonight's meeting, the planning board members have the opportunity of certifying this environmental assessment and adopting a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program and statement of overriding considerations. Given that staff's environmental assessment found that the demolition of a Lakeside Car Wash would result in a significant and unavoidable environmental impact, the planning board would have to adopt a statement of overriding considerations prior to the approval of the project, which proposes demolition of the Lakeside Car Wash. Approval of a statement of overriding considerations would be based on findings that the benefits of the project outweigh the loss of the existing Lakeside Car Wash. It is staff's assessment that the findings supporting a statement of overriding considerations can be made. As stated in staff's report, the project would 1. Complement the city's media district, support Burbank 2035 general plan policies, provide publicly accessible open space on the ground floor, create a more pedestrian-oriented environment, contribute to the city's economic base, and facilitate the development of new for-sale housing that would allow for homeownership opportunities in a jobs-rich area of the city that is next to major employers. Additionally, the project would provide 45 above moderate income housing units, as well as an additional 4 units of affordable housing that would help the city in meeting its regional housing needs assessment allocation, as well as City Council's goal of facilitating for 12,000 units by 2035. Consistent with local and state law, the public was notified of the project ahead of tonight's meeting. Additionally, all individuals who commented on the draft EIR were also made aware of the meeting. All public comments received have been distributed to board members ahead of tonight's meeting. Both staff's report and the subsequent memorandums provided to the board include responses to the public comment letters received. It is city staff's assessment that the project is consistent with the Burbank 2035 General Plan, Media District Specific Plan, and local zoning and subdivision regulations, as well as the local and state density bonus law and the Subdivision Map Act. Additionally, an EIR was prepared for the project that identified that there would be significant and unavoidable impacts specifically related to the demolition of the Lakeside Car Wash. Therefore, a statement of overriding considerations and findings of fact has been prepared, identifying that the project benefits outweigh the impacts of the project. Ahead of tonight's meeting, staff provided planning board members 2 separate memorandums that included recommended amendments to attachments 1 and 2, the 2 resolutions that have been prepared for the project. The amendments include updates to the recitals in the resolutions to have a record that the public hearing for the project was continued from March 28, 2022 to tonight's meeting. Additionally, the conditions of approval have been generally updated in efforts to be responsive to public comments. A copy of the red lines are included in updated attachment 1 and updated attachment 2, as well as in staff's memorandum number 2 to the planning board. Therefore, it is staff's recommendation that the planning board adopt the following resolutions as amended. A resolution of the planning board of the city of Burbank certifying a final environmental impact report for project number 19-0001137 and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting program with a statement of overriding considerations and findings of fact pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. And second, a resolution of the planning board of the city of Burbank approving project number 19-0001137, which includes a development review, conditional use permit, density bonus request, and vesting tentative track map number 82605 for the mixed-use residential project at 3700 Riverside Drive. That concludes staff's presentation. We are available for questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I will now invite the applicant or their representative to address the planning board. You will have a maximum time of 15 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you, members of the planning board. I'm Richard McDonald, counsel for the applicant. With me tonight is the project architect. We also have our own historic resources consultant available. We had submitted a letter dated March 25th for the prior hearing. Hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at that. I don't want to repeat everything that is in it. I do want to show you a couple of quick slides before turning it over to the architect. But I also want to, number one, thank Daniel and the staff for doing an excellent job. I mean, Daniel has worked so hard on this, and his professionalism, his level of detail and analysis has been top flight. It's been a real pleasure working with him on it, and I did want to give him a positive shout out. Secondly, I wanted to mention that I really think this project puts you at a fork in the road. This is something where you have an existing use that is not doing well, not likely to make it. In fact, it's not making it. This is, as I point out on the last page of my letter, March 25th letter to you, the tenant has told us that she's not going to be able to keep the business going for much more, which is going to leave a dilapidated state of affairs. And yet the other path is what's being proposed tonight. Is a very exciting project that creates a new neighborhood in the media district, pedestrian friendly, walkability, meets all of the city's goals to really create something dynamic there. So let me very quickly here, because I do want to give the architect plenty of time. This is a project This is the project. The architect will explain the design and the design features of it. But as Daniel pointed out, it's in the heart of the media district, within walking distance to the major employers, provides 49 for sale units along with ground floor retail, and most of all, a wonderful public amenity in the open park to the west. Next slide. We've tried in working with staff to address the city's need for housing, both under the RENA numbers as well as the workforce and affordable housing needs. This does provide on-site affordable housing. We're trying to deal with the jobs to housing imbalance that the city has. This project, I think, takes a step in that direction, a good step in that right direction. But I think more importantly, by starting to put neighborhoods in the media district, we've become a catalyst for other projects. And that's really where the numbers, I think, can really start to accentuate. Population, workforce, household average household income, all important statistics in terms of the type of housing and the product we're trying to bring to market. Next slide. Next slide, Hartson. Positives. No, go back one. The positives that are called out in the statement of overriding consideration are the new jobs during construction, new jobs post-construction, city revenues, revenue for the school district, transportation, libraries, parks, recreation, entitlements, total project investment, all in an area of the city of Burbank that needs it, all in an area of the city of Burbank that calls out for, given the large number of employers that you have around there, particularly some of the buildings that are significantly taller than the one we're proposing, that call out for this type of residential use and pedestrian accessibility. Next slide. This just summarizes for you everything that I've just said. Code compliant project, only 2 waivers to deal with some setback issues to be able to build the project in a way that is less impactful than it otherwise might be at the street level. Next slide. We've got the 4 affordable units, the walkability, the local retail, the landscape public park. And with that, let me go to the next slide and turn it over to the architect so he can walk you through the design so that you can see. This is the point Daniel made in terms of how it's compliant with the general plan, specific plan, Burbank goals and vision. Much more so than the dilapidated use that's there now. Actually, I don't really mean to be critical. At one time, it was really quite nice, but now it's dilapidated and dying. And it's time for some redevelopment of this site into something much more exciting, much more dynamic. Let me, with that, turn it over to Hartson, our architect, and have him walk you through some of the real specifics of the design and how it meshes with the media district.
Hi, my name is Rostam Zetlin. I'm the architect for this project. And from a planning and urban design point of view, it can't be a more amazing opportunity for a mixed-use project. It's situated in the middle of where the workplace is concentrated in the media district, the Warner Brothers studios next door. And it's interestingly located in the middle of 2 major transit hubs, the Universal City as well as downtown Burbank. On top of all this, it's right immediately next to the freeway. So residents in this project are not going to add local transportation. The project is surrounded by about 13 bus stops within a 5-minute walk. And as Richard was alluding to, when we started the project from a zoning point of view, there could be a high-rise allowed for this site, about 205 feet high, about 15 stories high. That's not what we're doing. What we want to do is a building that is a medium density and it fits in with the adjoining building immediately next door and continues the urban fabric of the media district in that location. The media district is blessed with amazing buildings already, but what it lacks right now is that retail on the ground level as well as residents. And what residents would do to the media district, it will turn the district into a 24/7 area. In other words, it's not a destination during the day for people to work in the offices. It will become a place where there's 24 hours life, there's residents living there, walking their dogs, going to the retail establishment at the base of the building. This idea of an economically viable 24/7 media district is what we're shooting for by adding this project in it. Now, the existing car wash, removing it will have three benefits. One, reduction of the traffic that it generates, the noise that it generates, and lastly, the environmental pollutants that unfortunately are part of the car wash reality. One thing that we talked about is this amazing, iconic roadside architectural signage that exists on the site. This is a truly unique example of Googie signage that we are going to preserve and make it highly integrated in our project. We're proposing a landmark design. We're proposing a building for the ages. Here's a view from Riverside, and we have been already blessed with the design awards from the American Institute of Architects, San Fernando Valley. The building takes its kind of architectural clues from the movie industry, which is of course local to Burbank, in the form of close-up frames and wide-angle frames that flicker together to create the film, as well as at the corner of the building, we placed this marquee that harks back to the movie theater marquee canopies, and underneath it will be the retail or cafe establishment that we propose at the critical intersection between Riverside and Hollywood Way. The building will be opened up to the environment, to the views surrounding it. It's going to have large balconies, and then we'll have this kind of iconic veranda in one corner that we call the director's camera. Most importantly, the building will engage the street. And the reason why we want to do that is to create a livable, walkable, pedestrian-centric neighborhood. So we would have like lots of landscaped planters, seating areas right at the ground level, in addition to the retail cafe establishment and the lobby entrance to create this kind of pedestrian-friendly environment. We talked about preservation of the iconic Googie sign. We're going to make it the centerpiece of a public park at the corner of Screenland and Riverside, which will not be fenced off, will be completely open to the resident. And this will be an amenity for the ages to be for the city and for the residents there. In this great park, great small park, the residents as well as the folks working in the media center high-rises will be able to share a beautifully landscaped environment where they can take their lunch breaks or just come together to have a little meeting in the park, and would create this kind of a pedestrian environment that is conducive to creation of a community, which is at the end of the day should be the goal of any piece of architecture or building. Our focus on the ground floor plan, which is what I have on the screen, is the kind of the enlarging the sidewalks and beautifying the sidewalks. And the goal for that is to create a truly walkable district. So we have large sidewalks with built-in seating, as well as separate seating areas for a cafe. There's plenty of trees and landscaping, as well as, of course, the park, which is the centerpiece of the project on the east side. This is a second floor plan. And what's important about it is we're trying to soften the building by bringing landscape on multiple levels. And in particular, to be sensitive to the south side, because there's a building next door on the south side. So we created a setback on the second floor and a terrace, which will be fully landscaped, which is part of the open space requirement, but will allow for a nice setback on the south side. And even on the roof level, we're bringing the garden to the roof level, and it's going to be a very unique roofscape. We have this concept of a penthouse units, which are 2 floors. So you're not going to have this flat roof, but you're going to have the view of garden pavilions at the top of the building, which will be a really unique feature. On the parking, we have been very, very efficient, and we put as much parking as possible underground, and the access is from the alley on the west side. And then from the east side, we have an entrance to surface parking on the south side of the building. What's most important is we're shielding the parking on the south side, on the ground floor, with the lobby as well as the retail establishment, so that parking will not be visible. From a planning point of view, what's most important for us is the location of the park on the west side. And the reason why it's on the west side is because the park needs to be the heart of this district. It's closer to the high rises on the west side. It's closer to the residential pocket on the west side. That's why it needs to be on the west side. It's the quiet side. It's away from the heavily trafficked intersection of Hollywood Way and Riverside. Placing a park there would be like the death of that park because there's cars whizzing by. No way you can have a contemplative break from work and you have cars coming at you from two sides. So that's why, in working closely with the planning department, we decided to put the park on the west side. Another important thing about why the park is on the west side, that's where the best solar orientation is. We want the park to have beautiful trees for a very long time and healthy trees. Trees need water, of course, but they need sunlight. And the best exposure is on the west side because it's not going to be shaded by the building that we're building. If we were to put the park on the east side, it would be constantly shaded by the building itself. There was an unworkable alternate that was proposed to take the park and, instead of putting it on the west side where we have it, say move it on the east side because it becomes like kind of right in front of the building of the south property owner. And he proposed this unworkable alternate. The reason why we call it unworkable is, first of all, it's opposed to the other neighbor on the west property, which is an issue. And then there has several fatal flaws. The fatal flaws are that we would lose about 5+ parking spots that are critical for us to have a viable market rate unit mix. So that we cannot lose those cars. The other thing is that the owner to the south is proposing to put the driveway to the underground parking on the west side as well, directly from Screenland, as opposed to kind of curved down from the alley. Now, this is a very difficult thing because there's 61 cars parked underground. And that's a lot of cars. So in order to be carefully traffic control cars coming in very slowly, we created this device of curving the ramp from the alley into the underground. By curving the ramp from the alley, it slows down the cars so it will be less hazardous for them to go up and down the ramp. And this was worked very closely with the planning department. We were in complete agreement from a planning point of view on this. The other thing is that if we were to put the ramp directly going in straight down from Screenland, it will be very close for 61 cars to that intersection from Riverside. It's a lot of cars coming in and out of that parking. We want to manage that traffic very well. And we want to keep that traffic away from the daycare center, which is on the south side. That's why traffic has to be very slow. It has to be slow so that people are not whizzing into the parking. The other thing is that if we were to do the straight ramp down, we will lose the location of the transformer, which is the X on that mark. Now, if we don't want the transformer.
Thank you for your presentation.
Your
Your 15 minutes have been reached. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
How much longer is your presentation?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How much longer is your presentation?
2 more slides,
But in time, how much time?
couple of minutes.
All right, just let's wrap it up in 2 minutes. I just want you to give an entire presentation so people at home and our planning board members have the full presentation. I thought maybe you'd time it with the allotable amount of time you've been given, but I do want to hear your presentation. So let's just put 2 minutes on the clock.
I appreciate that. So the sight line will not be obstructed of the south property because we have about a 16-foot setback, as well as the city has asked for another 5-foot dedication. So that comes to a 21-foot setback from Hollywood Way. So that's a very large setback to have, and the views will not be obstructed. We looked at the 2 planning studies during our lengthy EIR process. One of them was to relocate the existing car wash to the northeast corner of the building, of the site. Unfortunately, we could not do that. Our structural engineer stated that they cannot take this building and move it because of the way it's built. We'll have to, as Daniel talked about, it needs to be broken into pieces. rebuild with a different structure behind it, it was not an economically feasible thing. We also did a study of what would happen if we were to preserve the car wash in its most historical piece of it on site in its current location. Unfortunately, the problem with that is that there's not enough room to put enough surface parking on the site. So the only way to put parking will be to go above the building and put a deck on top, because we couldn't go underneath anymore because it's like tunnel, it's like a subway construction. It's prohibitively expensive and frankly, probably impossible, because you can't put a very large underground vault underneath an existing building while that building is, it's an old building as well. So in order to do this scheme, you would have to put a parking plate on top, and the number of units that you can have, even under the most restricted parking standards, will be 28 units. I mean, we are going from 49 to 28 or 24 schemes, 24 units. I mean, that was a significant reduction of units. We're looking to do a super sustainable, very green development here, with the water of the roof collected and infiltrated into the ground through these planters that you see on the ground. We're looking at bringing landscaping up on the building on multiple floors. And this is our concluding slide. We're putting for sale affordable units where they are needed, in the middle of the media district. We're trying to create a neighborhood and a walkable 24/7 community with lots of pedestrian activity. We are providing a park for all times for the community that will be the center of that part of the district. We're changing the use of the car wash to mixed use, which will allow for reduction of traffic, elimination of noise, and no environmental pollutants. And we're providing a landmark design excellence project. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. We will now open the public hearing up for any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the planning board for a maximum time of 3 minutes. To address the planning board, please call 818-238-3335. Again, it's 818-238-3335.
Vice Chair, if I may just ask that the architect please unshare his screen so that the public can see the information on the screen. Thank you.
Sure. The phone lines are now open. Please bear with us as we take a couple of minutes for the first few callers to get in.
Vice Chair, if I could just interrupt for a second. I think just for equitable reasons, if someone who wants to call in on this project wants to talk for a little longer, I would just recommend that give them an additional 2 minutes if they do want to speak beyond the initial 3 minutes.
Yeah. We want as much input as possible.
Our first caller is Jordan. Jordan, you are now live with the planning board.
Great, thank you so much. Good evening, planning board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can within the 3 minutes, but maybe have an extra minute. My name is Jordan Sisson. I'm a land use CEQA attorney, and I represent Jack Lewis, the property owner just south of this project site. As discussed and mentioned by staff, we submitted a 4-page comment letter submitted today that should be before you. There we're asking you to continue this hearing and direct staff to, 1, explore a redesign that shifts the structure to the west towards Screenland, and 2, add stronger conditions of approval to protect not only Mr. Lewis's property, but also his daycare tenants called Bright Horizons. They also submitted a 2-page letter earlier last week. Tonight, you're going to hear from Mr. Lewis. He's a longtime property owner and asking for reasonable concessions. You will also hear from Nathan Ogle, our consulting architect, who will describe why a redesign is feasible, economical, and will not prevent a single dwelling unit. For my part, I want to highlight just 5 points, which for the most part is following the 4-page comment letter that should be before you. My first is that the Housing Accountability Act is irrelevant here. The Housing Accountability Act, or HAA, applies when the city either denies a project or requires reduced density. All of the cases cited in Mr. McDonald, the applicant's attorney, confirms this. But here we're not asking for you to deny the project or reduce its density. the project can be built at revised by shifting the site without losing a single dwelling unit. This can be confirmed by a relatively quick and cheap feasibility study that could have been done months, if not years ago, but for the developer not wanting to reach out to his neighbor. Furthermore, the HAA does not apply to secret requirements, like the mitigation measures and the reasonable project alternatives that we are requesting here. My second point is that the applicant claims a redesign is infeasible. These are really overblown and misleading. For example, they say a redesign would reduce open space next to the driveway ramp. Yet the plans clearly show that this purported space is occupied by a transformer and a raised planter. That plan is provided on page 2, clearly showing a transformer and a raised planter. That's not a real reason. They also claim that a redesign would eliminate 6 of the proposed 90 parking spaces, and that this would somehow result in 6 fewer dwelling units. However, the staff report confirms the project is overparked, and that state law allows as low as 63 spaces. Thus, the reduction of dwelling units is not a real argument. Additionally, staff has confirmed in the draft EIR or the final EIR and in the staff report that alternative site plans are feasible, that our analysis of historic impacts is a permissible one. The applicant does not want to address this blaring inconsistency. Third point I want to talk about is our redesign would preserve the most prolific aspect of this site, which is the Googie sign in its current location. As I mentioned, staff in the final EIR says that our historical methodology is permissible, and arguably the staff or the city can reject staff's interpretation and say, yes, maintaining the Googie sign in its current location is significant, and that would be a legitimate alternative. Fourth point is that the alternative analysis is really lacking. The staff report mentions maybe 8 alternatives, but they reject almost every single one. They analyzed a no-project alternative and this partially preserved alternative. The staff report and the EIR clearly shows that alternative was A, did not achieve all the project objectives, and 2, was prohibitively expensive. That is on paper infeasible, and thus they've given the city a false ultimatum, either a no project or the project that has been provided or proposed by the applicant. This is not what is allowed under CEQA. Fifth, while the city does make some minor changes to the conditions, and we sincerely appreciate that, we really do appreciate staff trying to address our concerns, but more needs to be done. As mentioned, the Daycare has submitted a letter that confirms as much, that they both are in support of a redesign that shifts the site westward, and also that additional conditions are required. The highlighted portions of the conditions in our attachment that we submitted today, the highlights show what we are asking that has not been included. We really urge the city to consider these. In closing, I just want to say, Mr. Lewis and the Daycare is urging you to consider this redesign and the additional conditions. We've tried for over a year to try to work with the applicant in the city, and while we appreciate a single 1-hour meeting with the city done several weeks ago, nothing was discussed in there that says that our redesign is infeasible. We urge you to use your discretion. The alternative we are suggesting would not jeopardize a single dwelling unit. It's consistent with the Housing Accountability Act. It addresses the CEQA impacts, and here everybody wins. Everybody, including the applicant. We're trying to be reasonable. Please use your discretion. Thank you for your time, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you.
We do have other callers coming through the queue.
Our next caller is Nathan. Nathan, you are now live with the planning board.
Good evening.
Good evening, Planning Board and all interested parties. Glad to be here. I'm Nathan Ogle, and I have been retained by Mr. Lewis's attorney as a design expert architect in mid-rise housing and urban environments. I've been tasked to work with the city and the community if deemed necessary to make a good project better for everyone. I always recommend being a good neighbor first, which is the best approach for finding great, equitable mitigation solutions to any complex development issue. I find the pace of which noticing of this development was calendared to be accelerated and encourage this board to consider listening and evaluating to all options of the project until some form of discussion between the applicant and neighborhood stakeholders are scheduled, where a real discussion of important major issues that impact this neighborhood are addressed appropriately. Certainly there are areas of mitigation, such as parking, driveway locations, historic sign locations, open space, and more, all of which can be addressed with better results. First, it is reasonable to request a feasibility study of shifting the mass and bulk of the structure westerly, preserving the historic sign in the existing location, increasing the open space corner at Riverside Drive and Hollywood Way, which would lessen the urban design bookending of a two-story building between two large buildings, greatly impacting the existing daycare's privacy forever and lessening the dramatic impact of the adjacent property, while also maintaining the iconic Hollywood Way street corridor set back as you drive to the neighboring Warner Brothers studios and the famous water tower trademark symbol of entertainment. Exploring this shift can reduce significant CEQA impacts, and much can be achieved with this simple design move. Secondly, I find it concerning that such limited outreach for such a large project, almost always for a project of this size and impact, engagement of a local outreach specialist familiar with the neighborhood and property owners is undertaken. By outreach, I mean scheduling and inviting all neighborhood stakeholders to a community meeting where the good and impacts of the project and development are addressed in real time. Since COVID is winding down, this makes sense and is a reasonable approach. This development is not the first and only project over the last few years to take advantage of force majeure events that limit the public input. Refusing to talk with neighbors is not a best practice. Thirdly, the property owner has legitimate concerns of the bookending of his two-story building between one existing, much larger building and the proposed 7-level new development. Fourth, any adjusted site transformer locations are easily remedied since the project is only at the schematic design level currently. Fifth point, a parking and service vehicular entry from Screenway and the alleyway in the back can be achieved with a simple modification to the parking design with no loss of required or even the increased parking spaces as now designed. Traffic in and out of the parking area is secured, so you need to brake to enter and exit the parking structure, which is just a normal sequencing of entering this kind of garage. So the traffic mitigation issues would be held. Lastly, a point from the client, our client, Mr. Lewis, the extended stair coming up from the lower parking area and down from the southerly balcony space area on Hollywood Way can be easily pushed to the interior, allowing for less impact to the adjacent property, preserving some of the existing views from the daycare areas. And also make note that the unobstructed expanse of the alleyway will be reduced to only around 12 feet wide once the building is constructed between properties, creating a canyon effect and eliminating almost all existing view corridors of the two-story adjacent structure. In summary, thank you. I would be delighted to address any questions along the way tonight or in the future with a presentation, given the opportunity to be able to demonstrate reasonable solutions to all issues that were told tonight that could not be accommodated. I yield back to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. We have more callers?
Our next caller is Eric. Eric, you are now live with the planning board.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Eric Van Breen. I'm from the Los Angeles Conservancy. We urge the board to not certify the final EIR until additional mitigation measures are included. As noted in the staff presentation, the Lakeside Car Wash is a unique mid-century modern building that blends Googie and ranch styles. The Lakeside Car Wash is a rare historic resource and is eligible for designation at the local, state, and national levels. We understand and acknowledge the difficulties with the preservation alternative, and that is why we strongly urge the city to include additional mitigation measures that fund a historic context statement and/or historic resources survey for mid-century modern commercial buildings in Burbank. There's a precedent for this type of mitigation. An HACLA window replacement project that adversely impacted the integrity of a historic garden apartment complex. In order for the project to gain CEQA clearance, the State Historic Preservation Office, or SHPO, preferred there be a multiple property documentation for public and private courtyard housing in lieu of HAB's documentation, which is more common. Another similar instance is the Timir Square project, where the developer agreed to similar funding because of the project's significant cumulative impact to historic resources connected to newspaper publishing heritage throughout Los Angeles. Because the city does not currently have a survey or context for mid-century modern commercial buildings, there is a direct nexus between this project and a demonstrated need to assist future projects. Once again, we urge you to deny this project until additional mitigation measures are included. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more caller coming through the queue.
Our next caller is Jack. Jack, you are now live with the planning board.
Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Lewis. One moment.
Let's see if he calls back.
We're still trying to reach out to Jack, but in the interim, our next caller is Nick Reyes. Nick, you are now live with the planning board.
Good evening, Commissioner. My name is Nick Reyes, and I work and recreate in the vicinity of the project. I believe I will be impacted by the environmental impacts of the project, and I know that the project is asking, requesting for a density bonus to allow for additional residential density, modified parking standards, and waivers from certain development standards in exchange, for making a percentage of dwellings available for below market rate. And that is great. But what about the workers? I'm here to speak on behalf of workers, and I think the city should require the project to be built utilizing a local and skilled trained workforce. Local hire and skilled trained workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy. In other words, if you build your projects with local workers that don't have to drive miles and miles to get to a job, would benefit both the environment and the economy. The workers would be spending their money in Burbank and not in Riverside or Orange County, where they're coming from to complete some of these projects. In a recent 2020 report entitled "Putting California on the High Road of Jobs, a Climate Action Plan for 2030," the California Workforce Development Board concluded that investment in growing, diversifying, and upskilling California workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. Again, less miles traveled, less pollution, money, for the local economy. And how do we achieve that? Is by requiring the developers to commit of utilizing, responsible contractors that would, commit of hiring local workers, putting young people in a path of a career through an apprenticeship program, again, would benefit the community. So they're asking for a lot, and what are we getting in return? What is the benefit for the community? Low-income housing, great. We need low-income housing. But what about good jobs that you can pay the market rate rent, so you don't have to worry about the low-income housing? Why not make the jobs, the 200-plus jobs that are coming into Burbank, a good job, not just a job, but a career? That's all I have, and I hope you would consider, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We do have calls coming through the queue.
Our next caller is Jack. Jack, you are now live with the planning board.
Good evening.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Go ahead, Jack.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Jack Lewis, and I'm sorry for the confusion there.
Jack, you are now live with the planning board.
Jack, can you turn down your radio or your TV and just talk into the phone?
Yes. I'm here. I'm here now. Hold on. All right. My name is Jack Lewis, and I'm sorry for the confusion there. First, let me.
Jack, can you turn down your radio or your TV and just talk into the phone?
Yes, that's done now. Thank you. Yes. I'm here now. Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Sorry, just first a little background on myself. My wife and I own the next project, the site, 11 North Way. We have owned it for 30 years. We lost the thing in the bridge break. I had a relationship with the city when we rebuilt the building. We have been good neighbors, and until now, neighbors have been good to us. For over 20 years, Horizons Daycare has been my ground floor tenant and great for the community. For decades, they have protected babies and children of so many Burbank parents as they go off into their workplace. As mentioned in our comment letter submitted today, we have been trying for a year to meet with the applicant to discuss my concerns, including the public safety, noise, and lack of privacy for the daycare. Like myself, the daycare urges the city to consider both a western shift redesign and stronger conditions of approval. Second, I cannot stress enough how much I want to work amicably here. As a business owner, I believe in property rights and being a good neighbor. I am not asking for a smaller project, less units, or even less height. just simply redesign and better conditions to protect the children, tenants, and my property. That's why I reached out to the developer a year ago, and we could resolve these things neighbor to neighbor, human to human, but we got no response. We reached out again this January, again no response. And only after the last hearing was scheduled did we get any kind of response from the developer's attorney. A couple of phone calls that have gone nowhere. Not much has changed since the hearing that was rescheduled tonight. This is totally unneighborly. No face-to-face, no Zoom, no phone call, nothing. This board should respectfully continue this hearing and urge the developer to work with his neighbor and staff for a win-win solution where the developer gets his entire project, we get to protect the daycare children, the city keeps the historic sign in its historic location, and my property does not have to suffer needlessly. Third, we have had practically no time to work with the parties. During a single meeting with the staff, they could not give us any reason why a redesign could not be done consistent with the city's zoning rules. The clear impression was that the applicant refuses to consider anything beyond the design, regardless of the concerns and impacts to his neighbor. This is not being a good neighbor and unfair to both the daycare children and or long-term tenants like myself. In sum, I want to be a good neighbor and I want to work with the developer, but the developer has forced me to hire attorneys and we are asking for reasonable conditions and simple redesign that allows everyone to win, including my long-term daycare tenant. All it takes is a community of good neighbors. Please give us that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no more callers in the queue.
Great, thank you. There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Would the representative of the Community Development Department like to make any further comments?
Testing, testing. Vice Chair Rizzotti, thank you for the opportunity. So generally speaking, I'll just make a general comment and then try to comment on some of the additional things that were brought before you tonight. So just to bring it to the board's attention, planning staff or city staff, we did prepare a memorandum that went out to the board ahead of tonight's meeting. In that memorandum, we addressed the number of public comments that we received ahead of tonight's meeting, and many of those comments were readdressed today, and they were brought before the board during the verbal public comments. I'll address some of them, but I just want to put it on record that the memorandum was provided to the board, and it is available on the city agendas page. Having said that, I just want to speak generally to some of the comments that were made. First off, there is a reference that was made by the abutting neighbor and his representatives that the project should be shifted westward. I just want to be clear that there are numerous projects that could be proposed on that project. Things could be oriented certain ways. What's before us tonight is a project that is proposing what's before you, what was presented by staff, and that project complies with all objective standards. Staff prepared an environmental impact assessment that analyzed the potential impacts of this project, and what we found is that outside of the historic resource being demolished under CEQA, that there are no other significant and unavoidable impacts that are resulting from the project. I just want to be clear that what's before us tonight is what's being considered by the board, and it does comply with all city requirements, and it is because of that our recommendation is that the board consider approving the project as proposed. Additionally, I do want to comment that staff did receive the letters that were provided by the abutting neighbor. There was a total of, I believe, two, or maybe there was a total of three that were provided, or two, sorry about that were provided ahead of tonight's meeting. And in those letters, they did ask that staff consider and the planning board consider revised conditions of approval. Staff did look through them, and we did modify the conditions as we felt was appropriate given the environmental assessment that was prepared for the project. I just want to be clear as well that the environmental assessment identified that there would be no impacts to the abutting property. However, we went a step beyond that and said, you know what, understanding that there is no impacts given the mitigation measures, we are going to include conditions of approval that go a step beyond that to be able to address concerns from the abutting neighbor. You'll see those in the planning conditions of approval, and we can go into them in more detail if the board so desires. In addition to that, I do also want to comment on the LA Conservancy's comment. So their comment was that the board considered denial of the project until additional mitigation measures have been identified. So under CEQA, there is the opportunity of mitigation measures being included as part of a project. However, there has to be a nexus to be able to establish that mitigation measure. In the case of this project, we do have mitigation measures established because of the loss of the historic resource. What we are requiring through mitigation measures is that the project applicant take certain action to be able to record what's on the property, to be able to take record of it, to be able to install that on site through some sort of historic context, overview on the property itself. However, what's being requested by the LA Conservancy is that we go a step beyond that. And that step beyond that is that we require that the applicant pay and fund for a historic context report that looks at mid-century modern buildings citywide. In looking at that request, we did vet that through our city attorney's office, and the determination was that we can establish a nexus between requiring the applicant to fund a citywide historic resource and the loss of the on-site historic resource. If the request was to do something on-site that was specific to the loss of that on-site historic resource, that would be different, but this goes, again, beyond what we can establish a nexus for. Having said that, I also want to speak to another comment that was made by Nick Reyes. Nick Reyes did ask, generally speaking, that the board consider having a skilled and trained workforce required as part of the project. I just want to be clear that the Burbank Municipal Code does not include objective standards that require that the project applicant hire a trained and skilled workforce, and therefore the planning staff is not included that as a requirement as part of the project. Having said that, I am available for any question that the board may have post the applicant's rebuttal. We're here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to add one more point. There was also a comment about there should be a community meeting that should be held. There was a community meeting that was held prior to the planning board meeting that which we received public comment. So there was a prior community meeting held on the site.
Thank you. Does the applicant or the representative wish to make any further comments? You have a maximum time of 10 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, yes, this is Richard McDonald. I want to, half of the comments that you got, I mean, essentially there were three comments from the owner to the south, their attorney, their architect, and themselves. There was the union representative and the LA Conservancy. I think Daniel's done a good job explaining, particularly based upon the structural civil engineering reports that we submitted, why partial preservation in place as the Conservancy wants does not make any sense. The other point that I would make is that your code actually distinguishes between historic designation of a building and historic designation of a sign. And the SAFO's environmental report that we submitted said the signs were historic and should be kept on site, not necessarily in that location, but on site, but that the building wasn't. So from our perspective, the notion that we would try to restore a building that is in bad shape per the engineer's reports, as Daniel correctly points out, makes the project infeasible. But the signs are worth keeping, and as our architect pointed out, they are being moved to the public open space along with a variety of historical panels to explain the history of the site. The other point, though, with regard to the one thing I'm going to agree with the union representative on is in their letter. They actually cite in their letter to the California Planning Roundtable 2008 conclusion that when people live and work in the same jurisdiction, they're more likely to take transit, walk, or bicycle to work than residents of less balanced communities. It is that very concept of a balanced community that is behind this project. As we started with, it creates the neighborhood where people can live and walk to work. When you then think about the creation of that neighborhood, the question becomes, what's the highest and best place to put the park? And then for all the reasons that our architect showed visually and described, it's on the west side of the project, not the east side of the project like the neighbor to the south said. The other perhaps more important point, though, is contrary to what the neighbor to the south said, we did do community outreach, not only throughout the environmental impact report, but on our own to the neighbors to each side. We hear what that neighbor to the south is saying. He doesn't want it there. But the notion that it's a win-win for everyone fails to take into account that the word everyone includes all the neighbors to the west, all the neighbors to the southwest, the multifamily pocket plus the single family residential to the west. We talk to those people and they don't want the building on the west side. They want the park on the west side. The office buildings that we talk to, they want it on the west side. Nobody wants a park at a heavily trafficked intersection. Nobody's going to, as a practical matter, I would never take my children or grandchildren to a park there where there's the risk that they could run off into the street. In addition, everybody said to us, they want the maximum number of units of residential. Nobody wants to cut it. Contrary to what the neighbor to the south architect said about how you can push it forward, our architect was very clear, visually presenting how that impacts the parking because you have to put the drive apron off of Hollywood Way and how that impacts the number of spaces, which leads to the reduction in units. So yes, when the neighbor to the south says it's a win-win for everybody, all he's really talking about is himself. He's not talking about the neighbors to the west. And the reality is the building, you move it to the west, everybody on the west is going to complain. Nobody's going to take advantage of the park. What we've tried to do is balance a variety of competing interests. We've tried to figure out how to provide community benefits, how to help the city meet its housing goals, how to help the city meet its RENA numbers, how to help the neighbors to the west with the park. How do we pull the building back and provide a greater setback? Take a look at the architectural plans. The architect can talk about this too. We provide a great setback to the building to the south. We provide landscaping all along that. We've agreed to a variety of conditions that they want to protect them from noise and construction activity, some of which I'm going to touch on in a moment. But we've gone out of our way to mitigate any potential impact, even though the environmental impact report didn't find them. And as I said, we are at a fork in the road. Either it's a project that's feasible and can be implemented and built, or it's not. And we stick with a dilapidated car wash as the Conservancy wants, or we end up bothering everybody to the west. Let me, if I can, jump real quickly, though, to a couple of the conditions of approval. Condition 24 deals with the creation of a sound barrier. Staff amended it to state, including but not the height of it to be 30 feet above grade level, including but not limited to, so that it protects the daycare tenants to the south. We don't have a problem per se with that, but there is a point where the shell of the building is built and we begin construction on the interior and need to be able to remove that wall and start to do the landscaping that I was just describing. We think that condition should not be for the duration of the construction, but rather the duration of the construction of the shell of the building. Once we're doing interior work, there's no noise to them, and we need to move it anyway. The same would hold true with regard to the construction schedule, which we understand is just a general timeline that they want us to provide to neighbors within 300 feet. We think that, again, once the building shell is created, that should be sufficient. We shouldn't have to be going over and telling them when we're putting in sinks, when we're putting in bathrooms and all the other interior work. Similarly, with regard to the noise disturbance and the noise readings they want, condition 28, they want noise readings taken twice a day at 10 morning and afternoon for 10 minutes every day. We think that's excessive. We think twice a day, morning, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, twice a week is sufficient. It doesn't make any sense if we bring out a certain amount of equipment to do excavations that's there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We take the noise reading on Monday and we take the noise reading on Thursday, for example. Why take it on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday when it's the same equipment doing the same work? That's just unnecessary overkill and increases the cost. And the other thing too is we got to be very careful balancing these conditions of approval. The more you impose conditions of approval like that, the construction takes longer. The idea is to get it done quicker so that people can get to the point where the building is there and we're doing the interior work, which is less impactful from that noise perspective. So we'd ask that that be changed instead of at least twice a day to twice a week. The last one, I think that's actually it. I think we just think that some of the, where it says during the entirety of construction, it should really be just the shell of the building. And then the noise reading should be twice a week instead of twice a day.
If we still have time, I'd like to throw a couple of points. Is there still time?
Yes, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Okay, I think Richard did a magisterial rebuttal there, but I just want to add a couple of things. One of them is that the sign, the Googie sign, the iconic Googie sign at the corner, cannot remain in its place simply because of the city dedications that come into play as you develop the project. We cannot keep the Googie sign at that northeast corner. It has to be moved. So there is no nexus to keeping the Googie sign in its location. Because of the required dedication, we have to move that away from there. The other thing I would say is that there was a mention of one of the stairs by the South Neighbors representative. That stair that he's objecting to is an open steel stair with glass guardrails. I mean, it doesn't create any blockage to any views. And the last thing I would say, there was something that was cavalierly advanced as about the daycare safety. We actually want to keep the transformer away from the daycare as much as possible. That's why we have placed the transformer away from the daycare and off of a screen lamp. Why would they want the transformer to be closer to the daycare? It's beyond us. It's very difficult to understand. Also, we explain why we want to slow down the traffic going into the garage by curving the ramp. We want to make sure there's very, very slow traffic there so nobody is impacted. And we don't want to impact the intersection of Riverside with Screenland by a lot of cars coming out of the ramp straight into Screenland. I mean, that's not going to be something that's healthy. And that's why the planning department agreed with us. And we spent quite a bit of time with the planning of every single piece of this puzzle with the planning department. And a lot of thought was put in there, careful thought about all these issues. And I would also say that our building against the south neighbor has this setback on the second floor, which is fully landscaped. So it's actually a beautiful thing what the south neighbor has right in front of it as far as our building. Plus we have screened the parking, a beautiful painted steel wrought iron type screen. So they will have no visual disturbance from our project to theirs. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If you have any questions about the historic, Carrie Chasteen with Save Us Environmental, we submitted the report with my letter. She's available for any questions as well.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Time's up.
Thank you.
Does the board have any questions for staff or the applicant?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Monaco.
Has a phase one environmental report been done on the property? Do you know of any existing issues right now that would be of a concern? It's a car wash, so reaching back into my banking days, a car wash is a pollutant. I was just wondering if there's anything that's in the dirt or anything else right now that may delay this project.
Councilmember Monaco, this is Daniel with the City of Burbank Planning Division. I forgot to mention that we do have our environmental consultants with us tonight. We do have Francis Yao from Michael Baker and also Stephen Treffers from Rincon. So to answer your question, yes, the phase one was done as part of the review of the project. That phase one was considered as part of our environmental assessment of the project. Francis, do you mind speaking a little bit more to how that phase one was looked at in the environmental document?
Yeah, of course. This is Francis Yao with Michael Baker. So in our environmental impact report, we do include phase one and a phase two environmental site assessment. Prior to being just the car wash, there was actually a gas station in the 1940s. So there were a few underground storage tanks that were there before and have already been removed. I think there was a removal in 1988, 89, and I think in 99. And then the phase 2 ESA did test for soil and groundwater contamination to see if there were any leaks from the underground storage tanks. And all of the reports reported no evidence of contamination. So there are no hazardous conditions from that regard.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Atakanian?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have a question regarding the loss of the parking in the redesign and how it impacts the number of units. One of the people who called in, I didn't quite get their name. The sound was not very clear. They raised the issue that a loss of parking would not necessarily result in loss of number of units because the project is overparked. Could someone address that, please?
Board member, this is Daniel with the City of Burbank. I can begin and then I can let the applicants team chime in. So there are two requirements to keep in mind. The first one is the Burbank Municipal Code requirements, and then secondly, there's a requirements in the density bonus law. So to provide some context, there is the local Burbank requirements, then there's density bonus, and density bonus allows for parking reductions if the applicant chooses to invoke that. Having said that, just quickly going through them. So under the Burbank Municipal Code, this development would be required to provide a total of, let me get my bearings, by going to the staff report really quickly. So per the Burbank Municipal Code, the project would be required to provide a total of 111 parking spaces for the residential portion of the project. Right now, the project is providing a total of 80 parking spaces specifically for the residential portion of the project. Under the density bonus law, the developer can choose to invoke that the city allow them to go to invoke certain parking standards. If the developer was to do that, the parking requirement can be as low as 63 spaces for the residential component. In this case, the developer, what they came to the city with was they requested that we reduce parking to the extent that they requested, which is a total of 80 parking spaces. Having said that, I can let the applicant's team speak to why they want to provide a certain parking mix as part of the development, which I believe is 2 units for every 3 and 2 bedroom unit, or 2 parking spaces for every 3 and 2 bedroom unit, and I believe 1 for every 1 bedroom unit, but they can confirm.
Thank you, Daniel. I'll have the architect address that, but please keep in mind too, it's a mixed use project. So it's not just the residential numbers that Daniel's mentioning, it's also the commercial units there as well. But Hartson can answer the specifics.
Absolutely. I mean, we want to do a successful project. We want to do a project that succeed as a market rate residential for sale units. In order for those units to be saleable at what the market requires is you need to have a ratio on the residential for at least 1.6 cars per unit. Anything less than that, that's for sale for the market is not going to be the right mix for the market for the sale product. We can go to the bare bone to which is 1.2, which is what Danny just mentioned, if we go down to the most strictest parking requirement. But will that be a successful project? That's why we propose the standards that we propose, which comes down to about 1.6 cars per unit. And it translates to, the parking deployment that we have. The project has to have enough cars for this project to be successful. And as Danny said, we are far less cars than the basic requirement of the code. Thank you.
So based on what I just heard, our code, the Burbank code, requires about 110, 111 parking spaces. But because of the requests and so forth, it was whittled down to 80. So in my view, we're 31 parking short. Because obviously if we, if the project is not properly parked, those individuals, would you anticipate those individuals to be, who reside there, try and seek parking on the streets? I mean, I can only assume that's what's going to happen, correct?
Yeah.
That is one way that it plays out. Yes, we've seen, our experience has been that is one way that it plays out. That is obviously something we desire to avoid, particularly along the adjacent residential areas to the west. It's also, though, one of the reasons that we have tried to, as both Danny and Hartson have explained, we've tried to minimize go below what your code requires by taking advantage of what the state density bonus law allows us to do, but enough to avoid the problems that you're talking about.
All right. I have another question, if I may. I would like the architect, Rastan, to basically address the specifics of the materials used on the building. And I'm talking about the panels, the corrugated panels, and so forth and so on that you've incorporated in the design. What are the materials that you're using there or you plan to use for that?
The basic palette of materials is going to be highly recyclable content materials that are super green or sustainable design oriented. We're going to have recycled wood content material, which is called, the product name is Pradima. We're going to have some foreign metal, which creates those frames that become the translation of the movie frames that we talked about during the presentation. And then we're going to have good old plaster where it's necessary. We also have accents of corrugated metal. So what we have, though, that we have a lot of variety because we want a building that's highly residential in character. And the great thing about quality residential buildings is that each apartment has kind of its own character. So we have a variety of materials that creates that richness of detail and allows for each individual unit to have a little bit of a difference from the one next to it. So we do have a number of different materials that come together, we think, very harmoniously, but it's a very rich palette.
My concern is how will you maintain the freshness of the building, meaning like looking like new versus, because you are next to a freeway, you're going to get a lot of smog, dust, and so forth settling on the building. How will you keep the building looking fresh, like it was, obviously it's not going to look like the day it was built, but looking presentable instead of just all this soot piling on the building and especially the metal portions of the building, to maintain a fresh look.
The metal portions of the building is just the frames, right? And those are the frames that highlight what we're calling the movie frames. So there's not that much of the light colored metal. Where there's a corrugated metal in certain locations, that's a darker color, and that will take the what you talked about over a long period of time quite well. And then the wood material is actually a little bit like smooth, so things will not tend to, like dust will not tend to stay on it. I'm using this material on another project, and for a long period of time, it's not a surface that's conducive for dust settling on it. It just kind of like slips by because it has a little bit of a smoothness to the material. And plaster is used, in specific areas. So there's a variety of materials, and because of that, I don't think it's gonna let the dust settle. You're not gonna perceive it as if it was a big surfaces of plaster, I could understand your concern because plaster or exterior stucco tends to take some of the dust from the nearby freeway or some of that. But because the building has this kind of varied geometry, there's a lot of ins and outs. So I think it's going to do actually quite well, and it's not going to wear at all in that sense because there's a lot of shade and shadow on the composition. It's not like a lot of vertical surfaces where dust can settle over a long period of time.
All right, and how have you addressed the HVAC system in the units to take into consideration the additional, let's say, conditions outside because of the freeway traffic?
All the necessary filters will be provided as we develop the project into a more technical phase. We will add additional filters as required to deal with the fact that we're not too far from the freeway. I mean, it's no different than the Talaria project, which is also the same distance from the freeway. And by the way, they have similar palette to ours, except ours has much more of the recycled wood and much more of the decorative elements. But it's a similar situation.
Okay, you touched on the transformer, and I want to have that elaborated a bit more. The location of the transformer that you've selected right now, is that the only location that transformer can go, or is it possible to move it, or maybe underground, or maybe above ground? I don't know. I'm just throwing things out there to try and see if there are any other alternatives for the transformer other than, I'm not suggesting that you redesign. What I'm asking is, under the current design, is there any other location that transformer can go?
Well, I mean, the transformer, and if you want, I can bring the plan back if that helps in any way. But basically, the transformer is in the right place to be away as far possible that we can place it from the daycare center. And also, it's in the right location from where the city department wanted to have that transformer. It has direct access from Screenland for their access to the transformer. And so it is also like located in a place where will allow us to have that bent ramp kind of curving down to the underground level. So that's a perfect location to put the transformer where we have it, because then we have the ramp going down and slow the traffic down. So we feel, and then, we spent quite a bit of time on the transformer, I have to say. If we were to move the transformer to the south, like closer to the daycare, which I don't think anybody wants to do, it will actually bring the ramp back to Screenland. And now, like, the ramp is too close to the intersection. I don't think we want that, because the city certainly didn't want that, the different departments that we spoke to, because cars will be coming right out into Screenland. There's 61 cars on the ground. That's quite a few cars, especially during commute times. So that's why we had to bend the ramp to slow down traffic and away from Screenland. And then as a result, we have that wedge-shaped space. That was the perfect location for the transformer, because it's away from the daycare and it's right where the city wanted, off of Screenland. So it kind of was like the perfect location. And to move it, we have to also move the ramp. So it's kind of a accordion. So many things happen, if you start like moving the transformer around, and there's a lot of other issues that affect it. So it's an important piece. We spent quite a bit of time on the transformer. Also, it's clear to the sky.
If I can chime in.
Yes, Mr. Ramirez.
Mr. Ramirez, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry, hopefully you guys, I'm showing my connection's a little off, but I think more to the point with your question, board member Atukenian, that we'd want to comment on it, and Danny can add to this. When we were going through the actual review of the project, the location of the pad, which has to be at grade, BWP does not allow undergrounding of the transformer, so it has to be in that location. They also wanted it to be accessible from two sides, both because of its proximity to the street and to the alley. It created an opportunity, and it needs to be unobstructed, I believe, to a height of about 45 to 50 feet, so that they can come in with cranes in the future to replace or repair the equipment. And they have also talked about the possibility of actually expanding that building pad for the transformer to accommodate a switch or other equipment that is supportive of the transformer. So as much as it was a design, fortuitous that it matched up with the design of the building, it was also by pure necessity that BWP settled on that location when they provided the comments on the overall design of the project. So I want to make sure you had that context, but Danny, correct me if I'm wrong in any of what I've just said.
If I can add, just board member, so to just further adding to what Fred said and also to the question you addressed, could things be located elsewhere? The answer is yes. If we were to think of all the different possibilities, there likely are different areas where things can be located. There is give and take, right? If you locate it right next to a really busy street that you want to activate with outdoor dining area, with a public space, that could change the context of how people interact with that space. As was mentioned by Fred and also the architect, this location works. It's BWP looked at it. They identified that with the associated conditions of approval, the location works, and they're able to provide appropriate juice or electricity or power to the site. Should we want to look at other transformer locations, we would have to definitely vet that through BWP Electric to confirm that that works. But I just want to confirm and state that what's proposed now with the conditions of approval complies with our requirements that are in the Burbank Municipal Code.
I think that was that explanation really adds to the reasoning behind why the transformer is located where it is located. Thank you, Vice Chair Rosati.
Thank you. I actually have a lot of questions. Ms. Heiner, do you have anything you want to request or ask?
Maybe a couple quick things. Is the building going to be a renewable energy, or are we putting in natural gas at all in this? Hopefully the plans are calling for all renewable would be the preferred method to go here.
Board Member Heiner, I'll go ahead and let the applicants team respond to that question.
We will follow all the most sustainable practices that we can do within the guidelines of the city. We will follow everything. Yeah.
Board Member Heiner, if I can just add to that, I think the applicants team provided a very thorough response, but I think I can maybe add a little bit more. So the conditions of approval themselves, they do speak to requirements that are being imposed in the project to be able to comply with the requirements in our current greenhouse gas reduction plan. That does including things like photovoltaics as part of the project. It also includes working with BWP in ensuring that they add photovoltaics to the extent feasible to be able to maximize renewable energy generated as a result of the project. They're also subject to complying with building requirements that address sustainability to some extent. And then even adding to one of the questions that the board member at the Green asked earlier, they're also providing MERV 13 filters as part of the project because they are in close proximity to a freeway. We want to ensure, as part of a health risk assessment that we prepared, that we are able to ensure that conditions inside the building are such that people are able to breathe clean and fresh air. I hope that answers your question.
To some extent. Okay, next question. So, or actually, point. The aesthetics of the Googie sign and moving it in that area. So, is the idea that next to that sign there's like where you see the historic where you see the sign that explains what that Googie sign is there for and historically what was there, like the landmark stuff like you see around the areas of downtown Los Angeles and preserving that. So it's more than just plopping that sign down, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's an entire historic display.
Beautiful. Okay.
So part of the lobby, just to kind of put some more meat on this, because this is very important for us, part of the lobby of the building will have an interactive display, starting with the lobby. And then on the exterior, we will include all the different signs that we think we can safeguard from the existing building. We will locate them around the building's facades, around the park. So in addition to that, next to the Googie sign, we can certainly have additional information that people can read while they're looking at the Googie sign. So this will be part of a elaborate kind of a graphic package that will be developed as the project is developed and will be part of the final display.
That would make more sense to me. Otherwise, aesthetically, it didn't really make sense having that sign with nothing. Unless you have to go to the lobby of the building. Most people walking by are just going to go, why is this sign here? It was disheartening to hear that, was the community outreach done well or not? So we heard both sides of that. It sounded like most things were getting addressed in the point-by-point letters going back and forth, except for the parking. Even within the letter, that was a big concern, I think, of that daycare team, where we know that it's going to reach out into neighboring neighborhoods, because there's just 1.6 is not reality. It's not reality. But hopefully overall, with that daycare neighbor, they're going to be able to reap the rewards of having new possible people that would use their services. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Just to piggyback on something Ms. Heiner said, is this building LEED certified in any way?
Board member, vice chair Rosati, I'll let the applicants team respond to that question.
At this moment, that has not been determined. That is the decision of the owner. If he wants to make, that decision, we will certainly love to do that. But remember, like a building based following the California Title 24 is one step away from being LEED certified, and that's the application process. So it's really very easy to turn this building the way it's designed right now, following the standards and the sustainability features that we have to make it a LEED building. It's like one step away from it. So that's an owner decision, and we can certainly do that.
And as far as the daycare, we received numerous documents from the attorney. We received one 30 minutes before the meeting, which I didn't have time to go through. I doubt anyone else did. So I want to get a real good understanding of what's happening here. First of all, has anyone from our city or staff gone to that daycare? Physically gone there?
Vice Chair Rosati, so on our end, on site visits, we have been around the project site. We have gone around the neighborhood, but we have not physically gone to the daycare.
Okay. And what does this daycare make up? Is there an outdoor area where the kids are? Is it all indoor? I'm trying to get an understanding as to, I think that they have some significant gripes, and I'm just trying to understand what they are. It seems to me that, we're asking for property line waivers, and that's a great building that the owner has. And it seems that this building is looming over their building. So I'm asking multiple questions here. Is there an outdoor area for this daycare? Do we know?
So what we're aware of is that the daycare is primarily indoors. However, I believe it's once a day in the afternoon at some point, I believe between 11 and maybe 1 p.m. They do have outdoor excursions where they take the children and they walk them around the area. I believe it's part of the amenities that the daycare offers to the children who are making use of that daycare. Outside of that, I don't believe they have outdoor space for the children to recreate.
And in your opinion, I've read the letters. In your opinion, what is their biggest concern? I understand that there's noise from the construction. Why do they want to flip-flop the park and the building?
So based on the information we receive and in speaking with the applicant, or not the applicant, with the property owner and his representation, it's our understanding that they want the building flipped for primarily, they mentioned two things, I believe, that come to mind. I don't believe this is directly in the letter, but one of them was a view corridor. They had mentioned that they want to preserve some view along that area. Just to clarify on that, these properties, both of them, the abutting neighbor's property and also this one, they are within the immediate district specific plan area. They are specifically zoned MDC3, and part of the abutting property is zoned R4. Having said that, the immediate district specific plan does not offer view protections similar to what you would see, say, in the hillside area of the city, which does have view protections and does have a process people have to go through for that. In addition to that, the other thing that I believe I've heard is that they're concerned about a building kind of overshadowing them and somewhat overpowering the building that they have, which I believe is 2 stories. Having said that, I just want to be clear. So when looking at this on a city staff end, we have to look at a couple things. First off, does it comply with our objective standards? Let's talk about that a little bit. So the way that our code reads, in the MDC3 zone, as identified on attachment attachment 8 of staff's report, A1, per that zoning, through approval of a conditional use permit, a building can go as high as 15 stories or 205 feet if the site is greater than 500 feet away from residential uses themselves. So having said that, in this case, a property itself can go a lot taller than what is being proposed. In addition to that, they could actually come in and also request a greater density bonus. Right now, they're requesting a 35% increase. They could, in concept, request a 50% increase. The reason I'm stating this is not because I want to, in any way, state that what they're doing. The reason I'm stating this is because I want to just be clear that our objective standards allow for this. So then the added layer on top of that is what type of analysis was done, environmental analysis, to identify whether or not there would be an impact. So as part of our environmental analysis that was put together in working with consultants that are third-party consultants and have in essence, no skin in the game, what they said is, you know what, there are potential noise impacts. However, they could be mitigated and reduced to a level less than significant through mitigation measures. And that is why in the conditions of approval, and I believe it's condition of approval number 58, you have mitigation measures, a mitigation measure that specifically speaks to noise impacts and specifically requires that the applicant actually install a noise blanket throughout the extent of that property line and the entire height of the abutting building. The intent of that is to mitigate those impacts related to noise. So what I'm trying to get across with my message is that we looked at objective standards. In addition to that, we looked at our environmental assessment. And based on that, we found that the findings can be made to be able to approve this project. I hope that helps answer some of the question.
So,
if I may, Vice Mayor, if we could, your question about looming over them, I don't know if the board recalls, but pages 28, 31, and 34 of our presentation showed their building in relation to ours. And we're happy to show you that again, to show you that it's not looming and to show you that we pulled our building back to create a much greater setback to protect their use.
So what I recall is on the, I don't know what floors, maybe 4, 5, 6, you're asking for a waiver, correct? You're asking for a property line waiver on Riverside Drive, Hollywood Way, and the budding building. Is that correct? Or am I incorrect?
I believe you're correct. The architect can
so
clarify.
we're asking for a waiver because you are looming on their property line. There wouldn't be a waiver.
No, if we don't get the waiver, we loom on their property line. We want the waiver so we don't.
What I'm saying is on the taller floors, the building is closer to their property.
No. That's why I was referencing pages 28, 31, and 34, so we could visually show you that. No, the building goes straight up.
Vice Chair, if I may, just to provide clarity to the situation. So we do have the project plans on the attachments. If we look at attachment
J,
at attachment of the original staff report 6, 7. And if you don't have a copy, I can pull it up on the screen.
I would like to see it on the screen.
Yeah, give me a second. Okay. Mute myself. Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, perfect. Okay, so just to be clear, the elevation on the bottom right-hand corner, that one is facing the proposed project from North Hollywood Way. To the right of the image, you see the proposed building. To the left, you see the abutting commercial office structure at 115 North Hollywood Way. So what you'll notice is that the first floor, which is what the waiver is being requested for, is as close as an inch to the property line. Beyond that, there are floors 2 through 6 that are stepped in 10 feet from the side property line or from that abutting property line.
So just explain the bottom floor again for me.
So the bottom floor, it is
a waiver for what?
So the bottom floor, the reason they're requesting a waiver is because per the Burbank Municipal Code, or let me provide some context before I say that. So the properties, generally speaking, around the area are all zoned MDC3. However, there is a portion of the abutting property, 115 North Hollywood Way, that is towards the rear half of it. For whatever reason, I don't know the history, the rear half is zoned MDR4 or the equivalent of R4, high density residential, even though everything around it is zoned MDC3. So because of that, because that rear half of the property is zoned MDR4, the waiver is being requested to allow for a setback less than 5 feet along that abutting property line, because per our code, when you have a building on this property, the proposed project, that is abutting an R4 zone property, it has to be set in 5 feet. I believe the intent for that is to have buildings such as the one that's being proposed stepped away from residential type uses. In this specific case, even though the property next door is partly zoned R4, the development on site and also around it is not residential. It's commercial, a parking lot, and then you have an office building further to the south. So the waiver being requested is to allow for a reduced setback from 5 feet because of that R4 portion of the property that is zoned R4. If you need further explanation, I can try to pull up a map to further explain it.
Danny, can I add a couple of things? First of all, I think we need to bring context to this. Between the existing south building and our property line, there's a driveway. That driveway is over 10 feet, 12 more feet away from the building. So already there's a distance of 12 feet to begin with. Now, what Danny's talking about is on the side of the building closer to Hollywood, there's no requirement for setback. That the 1 inch is the setback on the view that is showing you here. And then starting on the second floor, the building goes straight up. Nothing is hovering to the south. You can see in this rendering clearly on the right. The building is not hovering. Not only is there's already a driveway 10, 12 feet plus on the south side of the property line, there's a setback of minimum 10, 12 feet on the north side. And then in certain parts of the building, it's 20 feet setback. So there's like 30-foot plus setback in certain parts between the south building and the face of the building. So I think, this idea that the building is hovering is absolutely not the case. Absolutely not the case. And the rendering clearly shows it. These are all like three-dimensional views based on in Revit software. So it's super accurate what's been shown in the renderings. It's not an artist rendering. It's the actual physical, technical, three-dimensional representation of what we're proposing.
Can we go over the loading and unloading? So if residents are going to be moving into the building, where would that occur?
Danny, if you go back to that plan, I can perhaps walk them through. If you can share back the same plan you had there, or I can share my screen. Essentially, the loading is very deep into the south side parking, and it's you cannot see it from any side outside of the building, and it has an access. So the loading is. Can you show the other plan? It's a little bit better because it doesn't have the overlays. But we can discuss it.
Is
here.
the loading coming in from Screenland?
No, it's coming in from Hollywood Way. It's coming in from here, and the loading is in this area right here.
Here?
Let me see if I can sketch it for you. It's right in this area. Danny, if you show the other plan, is better. So loading is right here, and the lobby is right here.
Is that where the two small arrows are off of Hollywood Way going in and out?
This is Hollywood Way, yes.
And there's two, looks like, there you go, okay.
And can you get, and this is underground parking?
This is on the ground parking, not underground.
It's surface
Ground
parking.
level. Surface parking, yes.
And
Screened completely from all sides, yes.
And can you get an 18-wheeler in there?
It doesn't need to be an 18-wheeler. This is like 17-foot high seating here. So you'll be able to go in there, and the vehicles that are needed to get in there will have access there. They have enough clearance for them.
Vice Chair.
There's no need for a very, very large truck. No need for that. This is not that type of a loading.
Trust me, when most people move, I've seen them, 18-wheelers. I mean, it's.
Yeah, this is a very tall ceiling because, we have about 17 feet like floor to floor there. So, I mean, the freeway overpass is 13 and a half. I mean, anything can go there.
So I'm asking,
Nothing to worry about.
I'm asking a question. Can an 18-wheeler get in there and turn around and come out?
The trucks that are required to be loaded here, they can get in for sure. It meets all the code requirements for the loading.
Okay. And then as far as the commercial space, where's that unloading and loading come? Is it the same spot coming in from Hollywood Way?
There's one requirement for loading, one requirement only, and that's what we have.
And it's coming in from Hollywood Way?
Yes.
And Vice Chair, if I may add, so just to provide some context, as part of city review of a project, not only the planning division reviews it, we also have several city departments that review it. That includes departments like Public Works Traffic, Community Development Transportation. It includes Burbank Water and Power, Public Works, Fire. So our Public Works Traffic Division has reviewed this project per the objective standards. Again, just going back to the objective requirements in our code, right? And per those objective requirements, they do comply with the loading requirements, given the types of uses that they will be having on the ground floor. And those requirements are, as the applicant mentioned, that they provide a loading area that's a certain clearance and also a certain dimension.
I understand, but the reality is, in the real world, you're going to get a trucker who's going to park that big rig right on Hollywood Way in the center lane and unload that truck. Just like you see at Tularia, where they park right there on Alameda and blocks that whole entire lane. That's the reality. I understand, they'll use smaller trucks. Yeah, I get that. But I do see it around town. If there's not proper loading and unloading, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to park that truck right there in the main thoroughfare of our city that takes everyone from the 100,000 cars from the west side to into our city and out. And I think it could be problematic. So the other question I have is all the commercials coming in from Hollywood Way and then all the residentials coming in from Screenland, is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes. So just to provide clarity, along Hollywood Way, there is access to 10 parking spaces that would be for the commercial spaces. And then there is access to additional parking that would be for some of the residential above. Some of the spaces that are more towards the left of what you see on the screen would be for the residential. In addition to that, all of the underground parking that's accessed off of Screenland Drive from the alley would be residential.
And is any of the curbs being cut or moved, Riverside Drive or Hollywood Way, all those curbs are staying where they're at?
So there are curbs right now that are existing because of the car wash. A number of those curves would be removed, specifically along Riverside Drive. There is currently one along Hollywood Way that is generally in the same location. It would have to be modified slightly, and I believe even potentially reduced in size or maybe shifted. But generally speaking, the number of curbs would be reduced compared to what's out there right now.
And this whole area is redone, like the curb in this area, because of dedication and requirements.
Okay.
Vice Chair?
Yes, sir. Mr. Ramirez.
I also wanted to point out that I think, it's a question for the architect and Danny, but my recollection is that the frontage along Screenland, where there were curb cuts before to lead into the property, those are going to be eliminated, and that space there if the board finds it to be necessary, it could be striped for loading and unloading in that area if you had to put a truck at that location. The question to the architect is, can you designate a path of travel from there in proximity to the elevators for the residential loading and unloading if they did get a larger truck? To the chair's point, if an 18-wheeler as opposed to a box truck had to unload stuff, especially for home ownership, that may have different demands. Could that be accommodated along that side?
I think the answer is yes. But I mean, 14-foot clear to the underside of the slab should allow for all kinds of eventualities of what kind of trucks are going to come in. It's 14 feet clear to the underside. A freeway underpass is 13 and a half. So I think we're good. But if need be, if that's a condition, that could be accommodated with a clear path of travel to the elevator, yes.
And just if I may add to that, Vice Chair, what I would recommend doing is if the planning board so wishes to include this condition as a condition of approval, I would recommend that the board consider maybe requiring that the applicant work with city staff, specifically the Transportation and Traffic Division, in identifying a parking management plan or parking/loading and unloading management plan specific to loading and unloading for when people are moving in, preferably along Greenland Drive. That way, the direction is given from the board to city staff, and during the plan check process, city staff can work with the applicant in assuring that a location is identified. And that could be along Greenland Drive. We just want to make sure that that it is kosher with the Traffic and Transportation Division.
I had some questions about the makeup of the building ownership. So we have for sale units. I'm assuming that'll be controlled by a homeowners association.
Vice Chair, I'll go ahead and let the applicant's team answer that question.
The answer is yes.
And then there's a 533 square foot commercial meeting space, and then there's a 10,000 square foot park. Is that part of the HOA?
Yes.
And the commercial part of it is completely separate?
The way it gets structured is the commercial tenant has a share seat vote as part of the HOA. Typically, your commercial unit is separate from the residential units, but included within the HOA.
And then the HOA would be responsible for maintaining the park and the community room?
Yes. And the assessments, the assessments for commercial are different from residential, often based on square footages, but yes. And there's a board,
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Anybody else have any further questions?
Vice Chair, if I may, I just want to make sure that we address whether the board wants to consider modifications of the conditions of approval that the applicant highlighted. I believe the applicant highlighted that they were requesting modifications to conditions of approval 24, 25, and 28. I can quickly go over my understanding of what those modification requests are. I could provide staff's feedback on them if the board so desires.
Why don't we hear it one more time so that we all have a fresh idea of what the modifications are?
Thank you. So it's my understanding that they requested a modification first to condition of approval number 24. The way that the condition of approval number 24 reads right now, it's referencing a mitigation measure that is requiring that a noise blanket be installed along the shared property line with 115 North Hollywood Way. Specifically, it's to reduce noise impacts to a level less than significant. The extent, right now, the requirement is that the applicant have that noise blanket up throughout the entire extent of construction. The applicant requested that be modified so that it's only required throughout, up until the point to where the building shell is completed. It is staff's recommendation that the mitigation measure should remain as it currently stands, and that noise blanket should be required throughout the extent of construction. The reason for that is because those were the findings of the environmental assessment. In addition to that, they did request a modification to condition of approval number 25. They did request that the construction schedule Right now, the way that the condition reads, it requires that a copy of the construction schedule, a very general timeline, be provided to neighbors within 300 feet of the project site, no later than 14 calendar days prior to the commencement of construction, and in essence, it'd be provided throughout the extent of construction. It is our assessment that schedule should be provided throughout the entire extent of construction and not only up until the shell is up. The reason for that is so that the public is informed on what's going on, the timeline, and when they can expect this project to be completed. In addition to that, there is condition of approval number 28, which I believe they also requested a revision from. And that condition states right now that in addition to having a noise disturbance coordinator on site that would be responsible for addressing any noise concerns, they would also be required to take 2 10-minute noise measurements daily, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. And the intent of those noise measurements is to identify that the project is actively complying with the noise thresholds as established by the environmental document. Their request is that the noise measurements be required no more than twice a week. I believe they said 2 measurements a week. Prior to the meeting, we were aware of the applicant's requests. We did speak to the environmental consultant working on the project, and they did acknowledge that having noise measurements twice a day, every day throughout the entire extent of construction, it is not something that they've heard of. It is a lot. Having said that, their recommendation was that at a minimum, we require them twice a day, 2 times a week. So in essence, in a 6-day construction week, out of those 6 days, they would, in essence, take readings on 2 of the days and on each day 2 times. They believe that that is something that would make sense in this case and would assure that over time, the product is complying with the appropriate noise requirements as established in the environmental document. So what does that look like? If the board so desires, it is staff's recommendation that to address that comment, the board revised condition of approval number 28 to, instead of requiring 2 10-minute noise measurements daily throughout the entire extent of construction, that it be revised to require 2 noise measurements, 2 10-minute noise measurements twice a week throughout the extent of construction up until the shell of the building is up. Having said that, it is within the board's purview to modify that condition as you so desire. And if you have any questions on that condition number 28, let me know. I know it was a lot to take in. Having said that, that concludes our comment.
One more item, Vice Chair.
Yeah.
The staff presented a change to condition number 305, and number 305, we provided a memo number 2 that updated the condition. It was a clerical error in the original condition. We want to make sure it's in the record that we recommend amending that condition to state the following. Left turn shall not be allowed from Northwood Screenland Drive to Riverside Drive and from westbound Riverside Drive to Screenland Drive. Existing raised median on Riverside Drive at Screenland Drive shall remain in place. The red line version you have still has the old condition, so we want to make sure it's in the record.
Thank you for that, Scott. I appreciate it.
And I don't have anything else.
Any more questions before I close? Any more questions for the applicant or staff?
Vice Chair Rosario,
Yes,
I
sir.
have a few questions in regards to the amendments that were proposed.
Yes.
Can someone define for me building shell? What is meant by building shell?
Board Member Abraham, just give me a second to pull up my notes. Or actually, if the consultant, Francis Yao, if you'd like to if you're comfortable jumping in on this, we can try to define it together just so that it's clear and there is no ambiguity in that. If you want, you can start, and if you need help, we can further explain it.
Yeah, sure. So my understanding of the building shell is just having all of the frames built and constructed, so nothing, no floors or interior appliances or rooms, interior walls constructed yet, but just, I guess, just the literal definition of the shell would be.
Thank you for that, Francis. If we can just elaborate, I think what the intent is to make, because once a building is up, once a building shell is up, at that point, you're going to have a building that's buffering noise, right? You're going to have work happening inside the building. So if the board so desires, what we can do is define building shell right now, just for the record. And that could be that the entire building is up, not only framed, but also all the permanent walls of the building are up. Therefore, resulting in the intent, which is that now you have the building buffering noise that would otherwise not be buffered if you didn't have those permanent walls of the building.
Danny, this is Fred, Vice Chair. Basically, all the exterior cladding is up, the windows are up, it's sealed up. In other words, it's weatherized, but you may still be doing interior drywall and putting in all the things that go inside the building. But the cladding's up, the windows are up, it's got a roof, it's sealed in, and that they're still doing work inside the building.
So would that also include the fact that all the work for the parking has also been completed, meaning there's not going to be any additional work done to the parking?
As you saw on First Street Village, what they're doing now, right? The cladding is up, the windows are up, and they're actually parking cars in the substructure, even though they might be doing some of the finishes, on the exterior of the parking structure, but pretty much it's up.
So the building is from the outside completely sealed.
It's got all the cladding
for noise purposes. For noise purposes. Yes. I mean, I understand there's also going to be drywall going up inside, but from the outside, the windows are in also.
That's correct.
But that doesn't prevent anyone from opening the windows, because it could be warm and they would open the windows in order to get some air in there. So, and when they're putting up the drywall, all that nailing or screwing in of the drywalls and so forth and so on, I don't know. Would that be a concern? Or is that a noise concern?
Well, that's why we're conditioning a noise coordinator on site. So if that is happening, that's something that can be brought to their attention as well.
But they wanted to get rid of the noise coordinator with condition 28 by saying we're just going to measure the noise twice a day, couple of times a week.
My recollection, Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, but the noise coordinator would stay. I think it was the frequency and the number of times that the readings for noise would be taken.
All right. Is that correct?
And board member, that is correct. So the way that the condition is structured right now, they would have to take noise measurements twice a day, 6 days a week. That'd be a total of 12 noise measurements. If revised, as staff recommended, the noise measurements would be taken twice a day, 2 times a week, so 4 times instead of 12. Having said that, as Mr. Ramirez mentioned, yes, the noise blanket, which would be placed along the property line abutting the abutting neighbor, would have to be up throughout the entire extent of construction. In addition to that, the noise coordinator would also have to be in place throughout the entire extent of construction.
What is the significance of, I just want to get an understanding, twice a day, 2 times a week, twice a day, 6 times a week. What is the significance other than cost?
So I can start on the city's end as to why we're considering that modification, and then the applicant's team can chime in further as to the implications on their end. So on our end, and speaking to the environmental consultant, they mentioned that the intent is really to spot check, right? To make sure that your noise measurements when construction is the busiest or the loudest, that they're within the allowed thresholds. So doing those measurements twice a day, 2 times a week, would address that spot checking. Having said that, the applicant's team did, I'm sure, has more to add.
From our perspective, and as you're, I'm sure, well aware, construction goes in phases. So the type of work being done is not something that's going to often change on a day-to-day basis. So if we're taking, if we're doing excavation work, or if we're doing the cement pouring for the garage, if we're doing the framing of the building, the noise measure, the work that's being done is the exact same. So what's necessary is to monitor that, monitoring it twice a week. As it changes, I mean, as you finish one phase and go to the next in the next week, we'll be taking measurements of that as well. But the mitigation that's needed here is not something that requires day-to-day monitoring, because the nature of the work isn't changing every day. So from our perspective, legally, there's not a nexus to require every day. There's a nexus to require some amount of testing. And what we suggested was, because we're talking over a 6 to 8 period, that we do it twice a week as opposed to every day. And 10 minutes is an exceptionally long time. I mean, candidly, throughout a number of cities that I work in, I've seen 5 minutes twice a day, but 10 minutes seems exceptionally long anyway. But we didn't get into saying cut it to 5. We said, let's just cut the number of days to make this more reasonable given how construction is done in phases.
The only reason I'm raising this concern, otherwise I wouldn't raise it, is the project is surrounded by some commercial use. So people working, perhaps maybe not as much these days, but also that the child care center where the kids take naps. So they put the kids to nap during the day, perhaps at least one time. So that's why I was raising the issue and trying to figure out the noise issue and how it's going to impact the surrounding buildings. Obviously, that's what the concern is too. I'm not sure.
That's the sound barrier wall specifically on the south side to protect the daycare use.
Correct.
That's an entirely separate condition that we've agreed to.
I understand, and you want that removed as soon as the shell is up. So, and I can understand that too.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps I can ask you, what would be the inconvenience of having that wall there throughout the project? I can understand if you're going to be working around that, it's going to impede your work, but why would you want that removed as soon as the shell is up? Does that mean you're suddenly now working around that wall barrier, or is it just maybe some explanation of that would be helpful?
The barrier acts like as Fred Ramirez was explaining. Once the building is up, the cladding is up, the windows are up, that's what the barrier is doing. It's essentially there until that enclosed shell is there. After that, you then have the work being done inside, and the exterior walls and windows and the like are what provide the barrier.
But there's still outside work that's going to be done, hardscaping and so forth and so on. So it's not like just because the building walls are up, the building's finished, and the only work is inside. No, the work doesn't just go suddenly. Once the walls
there's
are
landscaping.
Up,
There's landscaping, but none of that was considered an environmental impact in the EIR. All of that type of work didn't register at all in terms of the noise study. The noise study's mitigation measures were aimed at the construction associated with the excavation and the building of the shell.
And board
member, I don't know exactly how the project is being phased as far as the steps, but I'm not sure when the sidewalk work is going to get done, at what juncture of the project, and the landscaping, and if any concrete's going to be poured there, or if any truck's going to come. I'm not sure how that hardscaping is going to be completed outside. I understand you're saying, well, it didn't register on the with the environmental impact report. I appreciate that, but the hard reality is it's there. It's going to happen. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what are we dealing with here, and because you want something considered, and in order for me to consider what you're asking me to consider, I'm asking for the information. So,
sure.
Okay. So if that's a fair assessment, and if you find that to be reasonable, then I'm looking for details, not dismissals of what I'm asking. So basically, you have a wall that's going to go up to protect a neighbor, let's say, from noise, and you want that wall removed as soon as the walls go up of the building, the shell of the building as we define it, with all the windows in, and now you're just working inside. My question is, what other hardscaping work that's going to be taking place outside of the building that may generate noise after the shell of the building is up?
And board member, if I may answer just before the applicant answers, I just want to make sure it's clear that one of the reasons that staff does not recommend the applicant's approach specific to the noise barrier, the reason that we do not recommend removing that after after the show the building is up, is because the environmental assessment that we did, the environmental impact report, it specifically requires, it's a hard requirement, that that barrier be up throughout the extent of construction. Because of that, it's our recommendation that straight on that alone, that we do not consider that proposed amendment by the applicant to the condition. Separate from that, there's another request from the applicant. They're requesting that we make an amendment to another condition that is not about the noise barrier, but is specific to measuring noise. Measuring noise, it was not required by the environmental document. Noise measurements, we, the city, we included them in response to the neighbors' concerns, the next door neighbors' concerns. We said, you know what? We want to make sure that we're responsive. We're going to include noise measurement just to monitor that over time, noise is within the allowed thresholds. So that is not required by the environmental document. We did it as a way of further conditioning the project to stay within the allowed noise thresholds. Having said that, as mentioned, right now we're requesting that we take effectively 12 noise measurements a week, 2 a day for 6 days a week. What we're saying is that in speaking to the environmental consultant, they mentioned that it would be appropriate if the board so desires to reduce that from 12 a week to 2 days a week, not 6, 2 times each day. So it'd be 4 a week. So I just want to make sure that I make those distinctions clear. One of the requests is regarding noise barriers. The other request is regarding noise measurements. And we definitely do not recommend that the noise barrier be removed at any point until construction is finalized on the property.
Now, is there a requirement that it be 10 minutes, or it can be less minutes?
So,
as council was suggesting that some other cities say 5 minutes.
So on our end, we got different ends of the spectrum. I will be honest, the abutting neighbor, they requested for 1 hour measurements. On our end, the reason that we landed on 10 is because the assessment that we did in the noise analysis, it was done on 10-minute noise measurements. So on our end, we said if we did our noise study on 10-minute noise measurements, therefore 10-minute noise measurements to confirm that everything is within the threshold in the study makes sense. So just based on that alone, our recommendation would be to keep it at 10 minutes, just to be consistent with the analysis that we've done. And in speaking to the consultant who worked on the noise study, what they said is that 10-minute noise measurements are acceptable in these types of cases, given that you're simply spot checking to confirm that things are consistent with the allowed thresholds.
Thank you for that input.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant?
Yes, I have one. I just wanted to go back to that noise issue just for a second. I'm less concerned about the testing of the noise than I am about the noise itself, okay? In the beginning of this construction period, there are going to be dump trucks. There's going to be deliveries. There's going to be a lot of noise, dust, banging, blah. Assuming we take those tests and those tests are in excess, what happens? What do we do? You stop, you figure out times of the day that you're going to work. It's one thing to test. What if the tests tell you that it's awfully noisy? So now what do we do? And I would also expect that all that's going to be front loaded. And please tell me that once they've got it enclosed, and once you have a roof over this thing and you're going to start the interior work, that's not the same as having a dump truck pull up or a concrete truck pull up and start pouring concrete.
Yes.
And I guess that's my thing. Again, bottom line is you're testing. That's great. But what happens after you test? What are the results?
Board Member Monaco, so I will give it a quick go, and then after that, Francis Yao from Michael Baker on Environmental Consulting can add if I miss anything. But generally speaking, when the noise study was done, what it did is it established the existing noise, around the area. It established what that is. So once that was established, at that point they identified how much noise beyond this would create an impact. So that was established as well. So once they had the thresholds for noise that cannot be exceeded, given that you have a daycare next door, a sensitive use, sensitive receptor, at that point, the question is, we know what threshold we can't exceed. So how much noise is this going to be producing at worst case scenario? So what was done is they actually looked at all construction equipment being turned on at once. They looked at the worst case scenario and established, you know what, under the worst case scenario, there could potentially be a noise impact because of that, we're going to require what are called mitigation measures. So this mitigation measure specifically is that noise blanket. So what was established as part of the environmental impact report or the environmental assessment was that worst case scenario, noise being the loudest that it could be, and that's not realistic because everything will not be on at the same time. But worst case scenario, this noise blanket, it being up to these specifications, will mitigate noise so that it does not exceed those thresholds next to the daycare. So that's step one. So what is being done to address the worst case scenario noise? We have that noise blanket. So because of that blanket, noise beyond that and reaching the daycare will not exceed or should not exceed those thresholds. So then the question becomes, what do we do if it does for whatever reason? So what we did in response to the next door neighbors' comment letters was we said, you know what, just to be sure, what we're going to do is we're going to require spot checking of noise. So we're going to require that over time, noise be spot checked to confirm that when construction is the busiest or loudest, that they are not exceeding those thresholds. So then to your question, what if they do exceed those thresholds? So in the condition of approval right now, there's language stating that in the event that they do exceed those thresholds, the applicant or the noise disturbance coordinator that is assigned by the applicant is going to be required to notify the city within 24 hours. And upon notification to the city, they are going to be required to identify to the city what happened, what the noise threshold was, and beyond that, remedies to be able to fix that. And then upon that, we're going to review it, we as a city, and we're going to establish whether that is acceptable to the community development director and or his designee. Upon establishing that, the construction on site is going to have to conform to whatever those established requirements are moving forward. So that is the remedy being taken. In the event that measurements do come out beyond the threshold, the applicant is going to have to take action, inform the city, and then the city would work with the applicant in identifying a solution moving forward to stay within those thresholds. And further measurements would be required to make sure that that is complied with.
Good, Daniel, if I could just add 2 quick points. We're talking about condition 28, but I would point out condition 29, which states that prior to the issuance of any grading or building permit, project applicant shall demonstrate to the satisfaction of the city building official that construction noise reduction methods shall be used where feasible. These reduction methods include shutting off idle equipment, installing temporary acoustic barriers around stationary construction noises, maximizing the distance between construction equipment staging areas and occupied residential areas, and electric air compressors and similar power tools. So you have an EIR that turned everything on to create the noise level, which, as Daniel correctly points out, is not realistic because not everything goes on at the same time. But that then becomes what we have to avoid. And before ever starting work, we work with the city on how we're going to avoid that. So not only do we have a number that triggers the mitigation measures, that's the way construction is done, somewhat of an unrealistic number, but at the front end, before we ever start, we have the plan that's put in place with vis-a-vis the types of equipment and how the equipment is used. And lastly, I would just point out, the noise of the car wash that's there now already exceeds anything we're going to be doing. So as a practical matter, we're going above and beyond anything that's currently occurring. So to the extent that you've got a daycare there living with a very noisy car wash, what we're going to be doing is going to actually be better.
Are you driving piles? Is it going to be that all day long?
Hartson can answer that. I don't believe so, no.
The system will be determined based on the optimum structural solution. We're not at that point yet.
Okay.
May I also add that would be a temporary noise impact?
And Board Member Monaco, if I can just add just to the question that you raised right now, and I guess to the point that the applicant's team was making. So in response to the conditions to the comment letters that we received from the
Daniel, could you just speak up a little bit?
Yeah, can you hear me better now?
Okay, there you go.
All right, perfect. So, so just to provide more information and kind of adding to what the applicant's team mentioned. So we city staff, we received letters from the abutting neighbor, right? And we looked through them. We identified what could we incorporate in the conditions, like what what could we add that would address the impacts that they are bringing up? So we actually added a number of conditions of approval in response to that. We added conditions 17 through 38 in response to that. And amongst those are things that the applicants team mentioned. Another one that I think it's important to highlight is we're actually requiring, give me a second to look it up. We're actually requiring that in the event that the applicant does decide to use pile driving activities, at that point, there's conditions 33 and 34 that identify ways of minimizing those that noise that would be generated by that. So I just want to be clear on that there are conditions that specifically speak to that. And also, I wanted to give our subject experts, the Francis Yao with Michael Baker, a chance to add any other information that I may have missed that is important to highlight.
But I think
Can
you
I just answer the question
Hold on.
that with regard to pile driving? The answer is no.
I'm
Any
happy
other,
with the answer. I'm good.
Perfect, thank you.
any other questions for staff or the applicant? Seeing none, I declare the public meeting closed. What is the planning board's pleasure? I could lead off if you'd like.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we approve a resolution of the Planning Board of the City of Burbank certifying a final environmental impact report for project number 19-000-1137 and adopting the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program with the statement of overriding considerations and findings of fact pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. And I'm assuming that the second one is going to be a separate motion.
We can take them as steps, yes. So do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Point of clarification, is that motion that's also leave the noise blanket up? Calendar should be through the entirety of the project. And the on-site noise coordinator twice a week, twice a day? Is that this one? Or do we have to make an amendment to that resolution?
This is specific to the environmental document and not to the conditions of approval we were
Not
just
to the
discussing.
conditions. Okay, great. Then second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Discussion. So, my thoughts. If you're building a building from the ground up, I think you should park it right. Especially, I understand that there's a waiver for the density bonus, but certainly, I think you should mark the commercial use correctly. And it's been reduced, I think it's 50%. And when we hand out these CUPs, we don't know what's happening in the future, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. I mean, if a Krispy Kreme went in there or a Starbucks went in there, it would completely blow this intersection apart. So I think I have a problem with that. I have a problem with the lack of communication between the neighbor and the applicant. I really think that the applicant reached out, the neighbor reached out, and I don't believe that the applicant really tried to meet with them. Matter of fact, the neighbor said he didn't meet with them at all. I think there's a lot of things happening on this lot. It's a small lot. You have a very large building. Then you got a community room. For what? It's a nice gesture. I get it. But maybe you could have additional parking with that community room. And then we have a park. All this is run by the HOA. So the HOA is providing all the stuff for the public. It could be very expensive. How long is the HOA going to be able to sustain it? We don't know. I would rather have those improvements for the tenants that they can control rather than just out open for the public. And with the community room, again, I don't know how often it'll be used, but maybe you can get one more affordable unit in there. So I didn't understand that part of it. I get the sign, but I don't get the sign. You're tearing down the car wash. I'm thinking, take his sign away. You're gonna put up a car wash sign, and you're gonna get people looking for a car wash. As ridiculous as that sounds, they're gonna be going round and round looking for a car wash. I understand that you're probably trying to incorporate the sign because it's a historical site, and you want to save face a little bit, but I really don't get the sign. I think Board Member Heiner said the same thing. I think overall, the building doesn't wow me, and I apologize if I offend anyone, but maybe I've been doing this too long, but we've had some incredible, exceptional projects come through here. This is right in the middle of our media center, where Hollywood Way and Barham and where all the cars come through our city, Warner Brothers, Disney, ABC. It's not even a LEED certified building. I think the look of the building is kind of, I don't know, kind of like should be at the ocean. I think given the location of this project, we have to get it right. And it being near those major traffic arteries, I don't feel like we got it right yet. The ingress, the egress, some of the direct questions that were asked, I don't feel like we got direct responses. I feel like we kind of got what the neighbor got, blown off a little bit. Mr. Adekinian asked a direct question. What would it hurt to keep the sound barrier up just a little longer? And we got this answer that really didn't answer it at all. And when you look at that, it says a lot, because you're a good neighbor, right? You're a good neighbor, and you want to keep that thing up until the project's done, until people are moving in. And I don't feel like that's what I heard tonight. I didn't hear, we're doing everything we can to be a good neighbor. We're reaching out to them. We've met with them. Heck, no one's even gone over there. It's a beautiful building the neighbor has. And now all of a sudden we're putting this giant structure next to them. I'm sure that they're freaked out. And I think with all due respect, they should be. They should know what's going on. I don't think there was that hand-holding that should have happened. And for me, I just don't have any comfort in this project. And I'm sorry, because I know there's a lot of work that went into this. I don't think that there's a good ingress, egress as to where people are moving into and out of this building. I think there's an awful lot going on this lot. And for me, I'm not saying I don't want to see residential. I'm not saying I don't want to see a housing project here. I just think this is not well thought out. Any more deliberation on this motion?
Vice Chair Rosati, if I may.
Yes.
We're not a design committee, I know, and there were comments from callers regarding or some things that I've read, actually, and I'm not sure if any of the callers made any mention of it, the design of the building. Although I do find it interesting and attractive, the design, I know the area. It doesn't necessarily blend in. I think that's probably more of the issue. But since it is a new development of sort, I mean, we can't have everything blend in. So I'm not opposed to the design itself. It is. I do find that there is an attractiveness to it, and the lines are nice and clean in that regard. And there is the articulation with the different elements there, which I find attractive. maybe I just like building all sorts of buildings of different kinds. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. But I'm kind of surprised, and I shouldn't say surprised. I'm trying to find the word that you noticed when I asked the question regarding the blanket, and I was getting some sort of a runaround for that. And I shouldn't say surprised that you noticed it, but I guess it was noticeable that people did notice it. I wasn't comfortable with that. What is the big deal about leaving that blanket up? I mean, are we trying to nickel and dime everything here? Is that what we're trying to do? I mean, you got a neighbor who called and complained and so forth and so on, and instead of saying, okay, we'll try and do something about it, everyone knows construction is not without noise. There's going to be noise, there's going to be dust, there's going to be inconvenience. But at the end of the day, if you end up with something that's going to be working for majority of the people, it's not going to work for everyone. That's for sure. No building works for everyone. It seems like anything we build these days, more than 1,700 square feet on a 7,000 square foot lot, doesn't work for everyone. There's always something about it. And we're not trying to discourage the development of this site. We don't want that to be misunderstood either. Just the contrary, we do want to see the site developed. But over the years, and Vice Chair Rosati and I have been on this board for a few years now, and we have seen other projects come through. I'm not going to make a direct comparison because every property is unique and it requires different approaches. And I do appreciate the fact that perhaps the reason why the developer did not reach out to the neighbors is because they weren't able to accommodate the neighbors in a sense that they were working with the city to make sure that they've met all the requirements, like the transformer issue, where it was explained that the DWP has certain requirements, that they wanted certain attributes tied to this transformer, and putting it some other place would interfere with a lot of other things. I'm not going. I mean, perhaps a dialogue with the neighbor, just one dialogue at least, a meeting to see what their concerns are, and then hopefully, just as you've tried to address it here today with us, perhaps the developer could have addressed it with them, saying, well, we're going to be doing this. This is some conditions. And you may not know that up front, but perhaps at the end, maybe perhaps let them know, we've heard you, we know what your concerns are, and these are the things that the city is requiring us to do because of your concerns. Just as Daniel mentioned, conditions 17 through 34 or 35. There are property rights that people have that to develop. Neighbors have concerns. They're not necessarily going to direct exactly what you're going to do on the property. If you're complying with all the rules and you're applying with all the conditions. But when you're trying to, when I say you, and I mean as a developer, when a developer comes in and I understand you, I'm having a hard time with the explanation, because I did see some effort on the part of the developer to try and mitigate some of the concerns through the city. But my other concerns in terms of the parking, I think this project is underparked, and I'm worried that if this project is completed the way it is proposed, you're going to have a lot more vehicles than the 80 vehicles that are there that the property has to service. And it's going to be a problem for the neighbors for many years to come, where they're going to, street parking. And I'm not saying that, okay, what's the maximum? I think there should be contemplation as far as two vehicles per unit. I mean, 1.6, no one has a 0.6 vehicle, but I know there are different combinations of units, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and so forth and so on. But it should be contemplated that even a 1 bedroom unit, if 2 individuals are going to live in that 1 bedroom, chances are they're going to have 2 parking. They're going to need 2 parking spaces because both individuals probably work. And hopefully they're going to work in Burbank where they need no vehicles. But by the off chance that they do need that extra vehicle, that there is room for that. Maybe 1.8 would be a better number to try and get more parking. Maybe 90 spaces would be a better number. I don't know. All in all, it seems that the feeling around the project is not it's not like the puzzle that is coming together. Although I see a lot of benefits to this project, I see a lot of good in the project. I like the design. It's a good design. Maybe it's not the design people would prefer to see. It's too radical for them. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's a beautiful building in its own right. But I'm hesitant to try and support it at this juncture because it seems that there's a lot of unanswered issues. It's not ripe for full consideration. And what I mean by full consideration is it's not ripe for, I think that more work needs to be done to try and refine it a bit more in the sense of the parking, the ingress, the egress, as mentioned earlier, a better understanding of the surrounding of what is going on around it. And I don't think anybody should be, everyone should be realistic about, including the neighbors if they're listening here, that a project of this magnitude and size brings with it some inconveniences. It is going to happen. But at the end of the day, when you have a nice product, a clean product, instead of a car wash that you had there earlier, as nostalgic as the car wash is, it's not I mean, let's face it, bunch of cars going through some machines and bunch of people drying up the cars or whatever, and people waiting and so forth, the asphalt and so forth. It's not an attractive sight. And you're going to get a nice product, a brand new product there. But it needs a bit more refinement. It needs more tweaking. It needs a little bit more working on. It needs a little bit, the edges need to be, the sharp edges need to be taken away. So to the neighbors, please be neighborly as far as to the developer and be understanding. It is an inconvenience, but it's inconvenience for a short time. It's not forever. And to the developer, please try and address some of these issues. And please, no one wants to be nickeled and dimed as far as when you're taking a project of this magnitude. Let's not talk about we're going to do testing twice a day, 2 times a week, versus we're going to do testing twice a day, 6 times a week. We're going to put the blanket up. No, we're going to take the blanket down, and so forth and so on. Just get the job done. Get the job done. Let's not, again, nickel and dime this thing. Let's get it done. Cooperate with the neighbors as much as possible and within your rights. Within your rights. No one's asking for you to give up any rights as a developer. But anyway, I'm hesitant to support it at this juncture. But I think most of the work is done. Just a little bit more to go to try and get this thing to fit better. And I'm not proposing a redesign of any sort at this time. Just some little bit tweaking, perhaps with the again, parking, ingress, egress, and if the park does not, like Mr. Rizzotti suggested, if the park does not have to be an open park, I mean, that park is not going to provide much. Let's face it, right now, we have nothing as far as greenery there or park for people to come and enjoy. If it's not a requirement for it to be open, perhaps a more enclosed park where, for the neighbors, for the tenants to try and control. And if you can add a couple of more units, but how you do the parking, I don't know. I'm not the architect. I'm not the designer. That's for a higher grade pay to try and sort that out because we're volunteers. I know we're asking for the moon here, but I think what we're asking is for a bit more. There's a lot of efforts gone into it. A bit more ingenuity, a bit more creativity. Now the architect's probably thinking, how much more creative can I get on this thing? What is it? What is this board asking me to do? Well, these are the comments at this point. So for all it's worth.
Any more discussion?
If I may, I don't think I'm going to be convincing people one way or the other, but I guess I tend to be a little more realistic about the development of projects. I look at it right now that there is a dilapidated, polluting car wash. When it comes to the sign, it's very nice. I don't understand it. I do agree with Vice Chairman Rosati. We're going to put a sign up there and people are going to be driving around the block looking for a car wash. So while it is definitely a iconic type of thing, I don't know if that's the right place to put it. Again, my feeling is where this is a constricted site. I can understand the ingress, egress issues, the noise issues, but that's what's going to happen on a site like this. You're squeezed in. And there's only little tweakings and turnings that you can do, but is it going to change the overall project? No. You're always going to have the same problem of people moving in. Where you're going to park an 18-wheeler? Well, go down, any of the main streets, Alameda or Point Vista or something. These apartment houses are right up against the sidewalk, so we're going to have to block the road anyway. I'm less concerned about that. I'm more concerned about: are you building a high-quality building? Is there a demand for this building? And when it comes to the park, I think it's a very nice addition to the building. I don't think it, would I require it? Yeah, I'd probably require it. I mean, it's very nice. I don't really care who pays for it as long as it gets paid for. And that's part of the HOA. This is not going to be a condo, right? This is an HOA?
It's condos.
It's condos. Okay, so it's a condo. All right, so you're going to have a budget. You're going to have a condo association. If they decide that they want to pay for this, that's great. If they decide that they don't want to pay for the park anymore, then they either rededicate it to the city or it gets pulled up. I mean, again, I want this project. I think the project is well designed. I think you have, now again, I don't know the capabilities of the applicant. I don't know, I don't know their history of development. I don't know any of that. But I'm saying as a project right now, I like what it looks like. I like what it stands for. I like the fact that it's removing an eyesore, that we're bringing in a new fresh air into what I consider to be a very difficult site. And I think you've done a good job of laying out the ingress, egress issues. And I'm just saying, again, realistically, get the job done, do it right. I think you've got the right pieces. And while it's always nice to be, nice neighbors, I mean, obviously, I will say something. I think you should have used a little more of a velvet glove here. But, if you have the right to build a building, you've got the right to build a building. And, the next door neighbor is duly concerned with the daycare center there. But again, I want this building. I want the car wash removed. I don't want to see that anymore. And I think the project itself is serving the community what it needs. They need housing, and they also need, quite frankly, tax revenues. So that's it. That's my 2 cents.
I'm just going to chime in just for a second and say that I think it can be better. There was a time when every project that came before this board was LEED certified gold, silver, platinum. This is none of those. I rather than tearing down the car wash and building this building, I would rather them retool it so we don't make a mistake. This is in the center of our city, the most iconic spot in our city on Hollywood Way. And if we don't get the parking right on the commercial and we don't get the ingress and egress right, yeah, I can see. I was at Doheny and Sunset today, 18-story building, two 18-wheelers in the middle of Doheny blocking traffic. I don't think that the citizens of Burbank would want that on Hollywood Way in Burbank. So I think we slow down. I think when you say they're trapped in this box of 25,000 square foot lot, they're not. They have a park that they can absorb. They have a community room that they can absorb. They can retool it, retweak it. They can make it a little taller, add more parking. There's a million things that they can do to make this perfect. I just don't have a good feeling about it. I don't have a good feeling about the communication between the neighbor and the responses that were given. I think, me personally, I think we slow down. But I just want to say, they don't have the right to build this building. They're coming to us because they're asking for us to grant CUPs and zone changes. So they do not have a right to build this building, as you said. They're asking for us to grant those rights. And if we're going to grant those rights, me personally, I want everything to be right. I want everything to be perfect. I want to be proud of this project and say, hey, I signed my name to it. I can't do that tonight.
Vice Chair, can I just jump in here? I think the original motion was just a consideration of the CEQA document and that resolution and kind of deliberations going towards more of a general consideration of the approval of this project. I do, since it's going down that route, I do want to jump in here and just say that there are some state mandate limitations involved here through the Housing Accountability Act. Planning staff, I think, included it in the staff report, but it's Government Code Section 65589.5, and it's subsection J. And it basically goes to the city doesn't have kind of an unfettered discretion to deny a project. There's some limitations if they're going to deny a housing development project or lower its density. And I just want to read this particular subsection so it's clear. It says, when a proposed housing development project complies with applicable objective general plan zoning and subdivision standards and criteria, including design review standards, in effect at the time that the application was deemed complete, but the local agency proposes to disapprove the project or to impose a condition that the project be developed at a lower density, the local agency shall base its decision regarding the proposed housing development project upon written findings supported by a preponderance of the evidence on the record that both of the following conditions exist. There's two conditions. One, the housing development project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety unless the project is disapproved or approved upon the condition that the project be developed at a lower density. And then they defined what a specific adverse impact is. It means a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date the application was deemed complete. The second condition of that is there's no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid the adverse impact identified pursuant to that first condition, other than the disapproval of the housing development project or the approval of the project upon the condition that it be developed at a lower density. So if I want to lay kind of the field out in front of us, if the board does go with making a motion and seconding it and deliberating and deciding that they want to deny this project, then they would need to direct staff to adopt written findings supporting a specific adverse impact, as I've kind of spelled out. And I know it was very wordy, but I wanted to put the statute's language in front of the board so you have it, and certainly, welcome to any follow-up questions. And maybe if we take a step back, if it's okay with you, Vice Chair, and the board, maybe we should consider both resolutions at once, because right now we're just considering the environmental resolution, which, yes, it's a prerequisite for approving this project. We'd have to, for this kind of project, we'd have to certify the EIR, we'd have to adopt the statement of overriding considerations and the findings of fact. But it seems like there's a larger consideration going on, so I may just suggest that we kind of consider a motion considering both resolutions.
All right, so why don't we have a motion for the second resolution? If there is one.
I'll propose the motion for the resolution of the Planning Board, City of Burbank, approving project number 19-00001137, which includes a development review, conditional use permit, density bonus and vesting tentative tract map number 82605 for the mixed-use residential project at 3700 Riverside Drive. This is the second portion.
We have a motion.
Question real quick. When we were talking the lower density rule, so is that includes that common area and the park? That if we were to ask for a rework, that means we're asking for a lower density?
I don't understand your question.
So my understanding of the rule that we would possibly go against is we are asking for a change in the use of the density of the project. If we are asking for go look at the park area and maybe rework, go look at that common area and maybe rework, is that a rework of the density? Because isn't density where the residential portion of it?
Planning Board Member Heiner, the density refers to the number of units within the project, so
Right,
that would
so it's
be
the
work.
residential part.
Yeah, that's the residential part, correct, not the commercial.
Yeah.
So if we stay away from it and say, hey, we're not asking you to change the number of units, we're asking you to look at the other parts. That would not be a going against the HAA.
Well, as the city attorney was explaining, we have to have very specific findings for denying a project, even going back and reworking it. We did provide conditions of approval, and we have mitigations in place that we feel that would address any sort of impacts that might occur because of the project. So those have been included in the resolution, and also within the resolution for the EIR and the project itself.
Mr. Villa.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rosati. So I just want to just so that I understand, it sounds like there are different options that are maybe being discussed, and I just want to make sure that we're clear. So I've heard references to maybe having the project modified and someone working with the owner to try to see what could be done. So it sounds like there are different options for the board on the table right now. One of the options is to deny the project. There would have to be findings made stating that there would be a specific adverse impact given the Housing Accountability Act. The other route could be to approve the project as proposed. It could be to approve it with conditions, or there could also be the other option of which maybe the board is alluding to, and I just want to make sure it's clear, of potentially continuing the project, having the applicant work with the neighbor over X amount of time, and then at that point coming back to the board with a modified project. Just want to make sure that the board is clear on what the approach that they are pursuing is, so that we're on the same page.
Thank you, Daniel. You are very good. And I think I would consider a continuance of the project. I think the applicant has heard all of our dialogue, and they can come back to us and bring us whatever they want to bring us. But I think that's a better way of doing it than a flat-out denial, and I'll see what the rest of the board members think. Or, we have a motion, by the way, and we don't have a second, so that motion dies unless we're going to make another motion.
We do a substitute motion that says
We have one motion that's been accepted, and we have a motion that has not been seconded and is dead.
Yes, dead if not seconded right now.
It's dead if it's not seconded. So what is the board's pleasure?
Perhaps it would be wise to second the second motion, and then as a board, we continue both motions to another time for the applicant to have an opportunity to revisit the project, and based on the comments that they've heard tonight, and come back to us at a later date with any revisions or modifications as they see fit.
Let me ask the city attorney, is the best way to deny and then come back with a motion to continue, or is it best to make the motion to continue?
It would be to continue the item, because if you deny it, then we need to have those written findings as part of the record, and that's denying the project. And really, that's going to set up the due process for the applicant here with their 15-day appeal period. So it doesn't make sense to continue after denying it.
If somebody has a motion to continue, we can see if we have an appetite to do that, and then if there's not, then we can try something else.
Can I pull back? That's the word I want.
Withdraw. Board Member Monica.
Withdraw. I'm going to withdraw my motion on the.
Okay, so we have a withdrawn motion. Mr. Atikanian, do you have the language that you usually have for us?
Well, I would.
Mr. Ramirez.
I totally understand if you just entertain me for the moment. I just want to be clear so that I understand it. It sounds like there may be some discussion and consideration of a continuance on the item.
Yes.
As opposed to making a decision tonight. I would just, and maybe this is a question for Ian. Ian, if it's appropriate, in the past, in other projects, I have asked the board to ask the question of the developer if they're wanting them to take an action tonight, or are they willing to consider a continuance to a date specific to ponder, consider all the questions that have been asked to date, and then come back for a final decision, whichever which way it goes, and depending on what comes back to the board. I'm just saying in the past that's been the case. Is that something that is acceptable, Ian?
Exactly.
And then also, is that something that the board would like to consider so that Mike, Mr. Valiant, can at least have an opportunity to chime in the sense of, having a decision tonight or continuing it?
Exactly right, Fred. Yeah. We would want the buy-in amenable by the applicant to continue the item.
I'll let you ask the applicant.
Sure. Mike, I guess this one's for you, or Richard, whoever wants to.
I guess let me. I'm not trying to be evasive or anything, and candidly, I think we did answer all your questions very straightforwardly to the point of yes and no's. I'm trying to understand what you want us to look at when you say the park or the community room, for example. I get the idea of not having the Googie sign there. I think that might run afoul of a few problems associated with the historic nature of it. But when you talk about reworking the community room or reworking the park or reworking the ingress egress, if we could have a little more specificity, because right now it's a little vague to us.
Me personally, I think that the commercial part of the project should be parked correctly. It's 50% under. I think it should be parked right. I'm not comfortable with the ingress and egress of the moving trucks and where they're going to go. There's a separate section for the tenants. Then there's a commercial section, but yet you want the tenants to move into the commercial section. So that kind of didn't. I don't know. You have people moving.
I get that. I had thought, and perhaps I was incorrect. I had thought that was going to be addressed by the proposal for the condition of approval off screen land and the striping off screen land for us to do to make sure that we had the ability to do the residential off there. If I recall correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the architect said, yes, we could do that. Which kind of takes me sort of full circle to something Daniel said, which was, some of these things I had thought.
But that negates, see that when we do things on the fly like that, then we miss other things. So that negates the part about parking the commercial correctly. So you underpark the commercial, you put a Krispy Kreme there, and now we're going to suffer the consequences of having a Krispy Kreme on the corner of Hollywood Way in Riverside. So I think we need to address all the issues in a nice tight package rather than band-aiding this all together, and we still don't have a good project. Regarding the park and the, you know, and the community room, again, me personally, I don't understand that. I don't understand why we're going to have a park right there. I think I would rather have the tenants have the common space that they're controlling and paying for, and maybe park the commercial space amply. So there's a lot of things here that I'm personally not comfortable with, and I don't want to do it on the fly because I think that's kind of the tendency, and we're missing things. And I honestly, what I heard tonight from the neighbor was, I don't care how tall it is, I don't care how big it is, I don't care, I just wish they would have met with me. And I tend to agree with him. He's got a beautiful building that he's dumped. I remember when he built that building. He dumped a ton of money into that dilapidated, earthquake-torn building, and now he's got this project going in next door. And I think sometimes just a little sugar, just a little maple syrup, have a cup of coffee like the old days. How can we iron out our differences? You want the blanket up from now to attorney? Great. We'll have it up to now to attorney. I didn't get a feeling from you guys that there was a working relationship. I don't think that our staff, unfortunately, went over to meet with the daycare. He has a legitimate gripe. I think look, we get disputes here all the time. But we're able to iron out those disputes because we hear both sides of the situation where they've exhausted every effort to make it work. And after that, that's when we make our final decision. I don't think we had that. I don't think that we had that exhaustion of making every effort. All I heard was, you guys didn't respond. And when you ghost somebody, they get mad. They get attorneys. They write letters. And that's what we had tonight.
Well, I'd like to let the client speak, but I will tell you, we did respond. I've talked to their attorneys numerous times. And the problem is always they want us to move the building. And that was the starting point. And it got to a point where it's like, okay, we can't keep talking if that's the starting point. No point going to second or third base. Although I note for the record, we did agree to all of the condition tweaks except the noise one. And we had some concerns about the blanket. But staff said no, they wanted to leave that, and we said fine. So anyway, I think it's important to hear from the actual applicant, Mike Balian.
So the question is, are you okay with a continuance, or should we deny it?
Mike, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone tonight for taking the time to discuss this thoroughly. I want to get to the chase and cut the chase and be upfront honest with everybody, because I think that a lot of the things that are not known to you have not been discussed tonight. So I want to be very honest. I really don't like people to think about me, someone who I'm not. I have great reputation in Pasadena for 35 years as the top quality builder, not only in Pasadena, but also Glendale, and hopefully in Burbank. The neighbor to the south is a good man, but what he did was wrong. 5 years ago, when I bought this property, he hired an attorney named Jordan, and he sent me a very nasty letter. And I will show you that letter if I have the chance, threatening me to stop my project, to make my life miserable, and to fight me every step of the way. And he had been bullying me and harassing me for the last 5 years. Is this known to the public? No. I want to talk to the neighbor to the south, but I can only go through his attorney, who is a bully. Now, I want to respect the neighbor to the south. I want to put that sound barrier, and I don't mind till it's the last minute of my project. And the only reason I ask that the barrier be moved is when I get to the property line, when I'm going to build my wall, property wall or fence or whatever I'm going to put there. So that was the reason. I think it's misconstrued that I want to move it after the shell. I have no problem putting that wall up for the kids, for Horizon, for whoever, any good neighbor, any neighbor, as long as I can reduce the noise and make their life much easier. Because this is construction, it's not easy. I built some of the most beautiful projects in Pasadena. It's on record. Every council member in Pasadena, Glendale, Burbank, they know my work. I take tremendous pride in what I do. This is a top quality building. Burbank does not have a building like this, but I know it's a little different for some people. It has won an award, AIA award. It's a beautiful project. And when I build it, it'll be beautiful. The transformer, the community room, the park, let me explain that to you too, why we have gotten to that point. When I bought the property, I went to the city, and Fred Ramirez were not there then. I said, is there anything historic here? They said, no. I said, fine, then I'll buy it, and hopefully we'll build a beautiful project for Burbank, for that particular media district. After 3 years of design and planning and spending $500,000, they come and tell me, Mr. Daniel Villa was a great guy. Hey, Mike, the sign is historical. You have to preserve it. I said, wait a minute. You didn't tell me about that. No, it is. I said, okay, I'll preserve it. I'll leave it alone. Then he said, well, no, you can't because you have a 5-foot dedication on Hollywood. So the sign is in that 5-foot dedication. I said, what do I do? Well, take the sign out, put it in the other corner. Fine, I'll put another corner. What if I do something nice also? What if I create a park reminiscent of this car wash? I put all the beautiful signs, the Googie sign, and I create a history there for Burbank for the community to enjoy. Not that I will wipe out this car wash from the planet and build a building and then say hell with Burbank. I don't like to do that. So I said, I'll build a park. I'll take all the signs. I'll put a little waterfall. I'll put Walt Disney's car, reminiscent car, in the water and let the water flow over through the signs and put a nice story there and tell the world that this is where a car wash existed, which was a nice car wash. And here are the signs. And I'll make it a public park for people, community to come and enjoy it and enjoy Burbank's history. I'm a preservationist. I'd like to do good things. So anyway, this is how the whole project developed. 2 reasons I didn't talk to the neighbor, because he threatened me. He bullied me, and he kept his attorney writing nasty letters and threatening. Number 1. I did ask Richard McDonald. I said, Richard, I might get emotional. Why don't you talk to them to see if you could come up to an agreement? They said, move your building to the west. My building to the west, if I move it, the whole design will change. I've spent $500,000 in the last 5 years designing this project. Fred Ramirez knows we went through hell to get it approved. So many departments, so much time and effort, money. We finally got it approved by the planning department. Now, I understand everybody's concern. Mr. Rizzotti, I appreciate your concerns. Same with Mr. Abram, Atukian, and with everyone else. And I appreciate your comments. Now, I would like to propose something, if that's okay with you. Having a great reputation and integrity in this town and Pasadena and San Gabriel Valley, I'd like this commission to approve the project with conditions. You want me to tweak it to address your concerns, whether it's parking, whether it's the egress, access, some of the things that came up, which were, I think, reasonable comments about the design aspect, not the by right development, the CEQA, the EIR we're handling tonight. I mean, I spent $200,000 in EIR. 2 years I've been waiting for it this evening. It was continued already. Another continuation will kill the project, okay? So I'd like the commission to consider an approval with conditions. And you can act as a design commission. You can say, Mike, we'll approve it. However, you have to work with the staff and address the following 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 issues about this, that, and that. And I'll be more than happy and obliged to do that to make everyone satisfied with a project that will make everybody happy. And I'll talk to the neighbor without his attorney. I can give you my word. I'll call him tomorrow, but I don't want his attorney to be involved between me and him. That's how neighbors are. Neighbors don't hire attorneys to attack their neighbors. But I'll be very happy and humbled to talk to that neighbor if he keeps his attorney aside. If that's a deal, I'm all for it. And I'd like to volunteer my good and my integrity here, my reputation, I'll put it on the table and ask that you guys approve with conditions, and I'll work with the staff. I like everybody in the staff. We worked 5 years on this project. I've bled to death on this project. I think it's time to move on. And I'll give you my word that we'll do whatever it's right for this commission and for the community.
Mr. Balian, I think it would be easier just to continue it. Just listen to the comments that were made tonight, continue it to a later date, next month, and come back with the concerns addressed. Hammering it out tonight, we're not, how are you going to make up for the parking? How are you going to make up for the ingress, egress? We don't have time to hammer all these things out. I think it would be better just to continue it rather than denying it and just coming back and retweaking it.
It's not that simple, Mr. Rizzotti. It's not like
doing it here is not simple.
You'll do this. No, it's not that simple because it's going to take redesign of the whole project.
Again, I don't understand why you would underpark the commercial section. You're building it from scratch.
It's not underparked. It's not underparked. It's exactly by code. The code requires X number of cars per square foot, 1,000 square feet. We have that.
Am I wrong?
And the density state bonus says 1 car per 1 bedroom, 2 cars for 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. And that's what we have. We're going with the state law.
I'm talking about the commercial, not the residential.
Commercial is appropriate. We have 4 parking space per 1,000 square foot. We have ample parking per code. I don't understand what's this under parking issue is.
Vice Chair, if I may, just to clarify for the record, the project is requesting a conditional use permit to reduce parking, in essence, as you mentioned, 50%. Right now, they're proposing a total of 10 parking spaces for the commercial section. They would be required to provide a total of 20. Hence, the CUP would approve the parking reduction. However, that doesn't prevent the applicant at a future meeting date from coming and saying that they want to limit uses on that commercial space to something that is parked at a rate that would be commensurate with the parking being provided, such as retail, something like that. Just want to get that on the record.
Vice Chair Rosati, I have a question regarding the commercial parking. I just want clarification. There's currently 10 allowed parking spaces for the 5 commercial units. Is that correct?
Yes.
1 commercial.
There's only 1 commercial unit, about 2,000 square feet, 2,200 square feet.
And that's what you're proposing to keep. It's not going to be subdivided to any.
No. 1 condo, 1 commercial condo, 2,000 square feet, and we can make it office.
And there are 10 parking spaces for that 2,000 square feet,
plus handicap, plus loading.
So 12 parking spaces for that 2,000 square feet.
Yes.
Board Member Abraham, just to be clear, there are 10 parking spaces for that 2,000 square foot commercial space.
But there's also a loading area, Danielle, right?
Council members or board members, there is a loading area, but per our code, that does not count as towards the required parking. So I just want to be clear on record.
Right.
Okay.
So it's 50% than what it's supposed to be. Should be 20,
No.
It's 10.
Commercial parking is 3 per 1,000.
If I can just further clarify, Vice Chair, so our commercial parking requirements are based on the type of uses that would be moving in there. Right now, it is a general commercial establishment and the way that the applicant is parked, the reason that the applicant is requesting the request for reduced parking is they want to have utmost flexibility moving forward to be able to have different uses move in without any restrictions. That would include restaurant uses, for example. So restaurant uses, they do have a rate of 10 per 1,000. Again, the request to reduce parking in half, in essence, would be to allow that flexibility. That does not preclude the applicant from requesting in the future that uses be limited to something such as retail or office that has a rate of 3 per 1,000. They would be complying with that if they were to impose those restrictions upon themselves.
And that was my point. If we put a Krispy Kreme in there, it blows apart the parking. They have the ability to do that.
Kreme, Mr. Risotto. We don't want Krispy Kreme in there. We want a nice professional office there.
Okay. So you're asking for 50% parking reduction. So are we going to limit the use and just say we're only going to restrict it to office? Are we only going to restrict it to and have no restaurants, no coffee? Is that what we're saying?
Yes, I'm okay with just office, professional office. And then we have ample parking.
And what's our code for that, Daniel?
If the board was to restrict parking or uses based on parking, uses that could go in there at a rate of 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet or 3.3, which would be within the allowed parking for a 2,000 square feet location. Those types of uses would be things like office or retail, or even takeout establishments that do not have seating or any sort of dining inside the location.
And your conditions of approval require us to comply with the code. So to the extent that we would want a use that doesn't meet the code required parking, it's already something that wouldn't be permitted under the conditions of approval you already have.
So I believe, Vice Chair, sorry for jumping in here, I believe what the applicant's team may be stating is that per the conditions of approval, they are requesting, or they are required to comply with our code. I would say that if the applicant chooses to impose these restrictions on himself based for the uses, therefore complying with parking, we should include that as a condition of approval, limiting that moving forward. And if that is the case, at that point, the CUP for the reduced parking would no longer be necessary.
Vice Chair Rosati, if I may, I think that probably resolves the parking issue if we do limit the uses and to comply with the parking that's already there, so the parking is not overloaded. And I think the other condition could be that they would address the accommodating a larger transport vehicle and how they would go about doing that, working with the DOT to try and work that out. So I think these are the two main issues. I mean, I personally like the design itself. I think it's different, it's new, it's definitely creative. Perhaps it's not what we're used to seeing in Burbank. It's probably the only building that looks like that in Burbank. But I think it is still a nice design. It would be far better than a car wash there. So with the parking issue resolved in that manner, with the restricting the uses, and if they do address the transport vehicle, a larger, an 18-wheeler, as you say, and again, I think I was clear on the other conditions that were requested to have removed or limited, the blanket, the noise reduction, and so forth and so on. And I think the applicant, Mike, already addressed that. He's fine with those. So based on these most recent comments, now I appreciate and understand where the lack of communication between the neighbors. I mean, if someone hired a lawyer to talk to me before they approached me first, I wouldn't be very receptive to that either. Or no, I don't think anyone would. I mean, and I distinctly remember the gentleman using the term and saying, why don't we talk like men, sit down and have coffee or something to that effect? Or I think I remember him saying that. And if he didn't do that initially, I mean, you resort to tactics like that when you see that you're not getting anywhere with anyone, and then you want to get their attention. But if that wasn't done, he didn't mention any of this. And we did hear from a lawyer. I don't know if that was his lawyer or not on the call. If that's how this relationship started, and I think if I don't have a reason to not believe what the applicant is telling us here tonight, if that's how this relationship started, I think probably they've done what they could under the circumstances to try and meet the needs of the neighbor through the city, because the applicant, the other person was communicating with the city, well, I got this problem and I have that problem, and they put that into the conditions. So I think I do see the thing about continuing, but if those are the concerns, and I'm glad the applicant took the opportunity to go a bit deeper in that, I'm convinced, I think I'm satisfied with the fact that if we just add the condition about limiting the usage of the square footage, and then the way he described the park is I think it'll be a nice addition. If he later decides not to do that and so forth and so on, I think it'll be a nice addition to the place. But I still think if he incorporated the park within the parameters of the building versus having it open so it's taken care of by the tenants, so it's always maintained, versus the tenants not having a personal interest in the park. He said, well, who cares? But obviously it's right next door to them, right there. They do want to make sure that it is well taken care of because it's part of the building and affects the value of the building. If I'm going to plunk in God knows how many thousands of dollars, maybe upward of $1 million for a unit, to try and buy one of these units, I do want to make sure that that part of the property is also well maintained, because I don't want to have my property, the one that I put a lot of money and effort into, be devalued by. So he may want to rethink that entire situation as the structure, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. And the rec room is interior, so I don't think adding one more unit may exasperate the parking situation, because it is a bit short on parking. I think 2 would be nice, but 1.6 is satisfactory at this point. So all in all, I'm hoping that I think Mike made a lot of sense in his comments and explanations as to what we have here, and I'll leave it to the rest of you to try and sort it out now.
If I may, can I just ask a quick question of Mike?
Yes,
sir. The commercial space is 2,000 square feet, right?
Yes, sir.
I would assume that you're going to be putting something in the bylaws of the condo association. I don't know about you, but if I owned a condo in this building, I wouldn't want Krispy Kreme in my building.
No. I don't want Krispy Kreme. I don't want any food.
So I'm saying is that in the bylaws, there may be something that you can put in there that just says limited to office space. Blah, blah, blah,
it's in the conditions of approval,
retail.
Mr. Monaco. It's going to be in the conditions of approval tonight.
That's fine.
Mr. Monaco, I've done 50 projects mixed use in LA, Pasadena, Glendale. I never want food business. You know why? Because they bring rodents and cockroaches to the residents above. I don't like food institutions.
Yeah, but they're good donuts. Okay.
Mr. Ramirez?
But yeah, I mean, this is, if just for the moment, if what we're all talking about is 2 separate actions, one on the environmental, it sounds like there might be some opportunity to kind of tackle that. And then considering what you're talking about, there is a possibility, Ian, correct me if I'm wrong, that they could approve the project subject to all the amended conditions, right, with all the requirements, including the follow-up with traffic engineering and transportation regarding loading and unloading for the residential, but deny the CUP section that talks about a reduction in the number of parking standards. And then my understanding, and Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, but the default would then be that he could put retail and office in there by right. He no longer needs the CUP for the reduction because he's not putting a restaurant in there, but you could still approve the other entitlements like the height requirement for CUP and the other aspect of it. And the only reason I'm kind of parceling those things out, because ultimately I wanted to bring this up, Vice Chair, is that if the project were to be approved, and as Mike has said, if Mike reaches out to the owner and they can kind of talk through some of the concerns that the owner has, and however that's done, if the owner doesn't feel like his issues have been addressed and he feels aggrieved by the decision that's made, regardless, he can still appeal that to the council during this period. So, and if anything, the clock would be ticking for Mike to try to have a discussion with the owner if he wants to, so desires to do so. But there's an appeal period that would follow any decision of the board tonight. So I just put that out there in the case that, there may be another kind of trigger, so to speak, Chair, for a discussion of a meeting of the minds of people, both the developer and a neighbor, to try to resolve issues before the end of the appeal period. But I just throw that out there that maybe that allows for a decision with amendments, and the fact that a big chunk of it dealing with the concern of over parking or under parking would be eliminated by just denying that specific CUP request. And then the other issues, I think we can resolve other than the larger one of whether a building gets moved, east or west, I think.
All right. So we'll hammer it out tonight. I have a couple more things. The architect said that he had easy to make this a LEED certified building. You tell me, what can you do?
And Chair, you're asking the question of me or of the
architect?
Here.
Turn on the mic.
Your audio's off.
It's a very easy step to go from a Title 24 building to a LEED certified building. That's just a decision that Mike can make now or later. I mean, it's really a question to Mike.
That's what I'm asking. It's just what?
Yeah, Mr. Rizzotti, may I also add one thing that might make you happy? The last 4 projects I've done, mixed use, every single homeowner has electric charge unit in the parking. Who does this? The code requires 5%. I do 100% because now people are changing to electric cars. And I realize I see the future. So I give every homeowner a station in the parking for electric car charges. And guess what? People love it. And people buy my condos because and then I provide a lot of other things, wireless and communications and cameras and so forth, so on. So I am all for LEED. I'm all for preservation, and I'm all for future, things that improve the quality of life.
I'm just asking the question. What is it? LEED Gold, LEED Platinum? What are you willing to do?
Whatever it takes to, it's not a big deal to make gold or platinum. I'll do whatever makes this commission happen.
So we'll also incorporate a LEED Platinum building. And then I want to go over the parking in the commercial area, the ingress, the egress, and the turnaround in that loading area. I just want to visually see it and understand it.
Vice Chair Rosati, if I may, I think the turning for the loading, if the accommodation is made outside of the building, as far as parking the 18-wheeler there, would it necessitate turning inside? Because inside the box trucks can come in and they would have enough room to turn and so forth and so on.
The only thing I want to see is it's not the loading and unloading for the residential is in the commercial. It's not in the residential section. So I want to see that parking garage one more time, and I want to understand how that all works with the commercial element of this building. That's all. And then the question is,
there's a direct door to the lobby from the loading area. So they can.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Is it possible for you to put the best drawing that you have on, and then you guide us through it?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I just want to see it.
Am I allowed to share, Danny, now? Are you guys seeing the screen?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, perfect. So here's the loading. So from the loading, you have direct access to trash and recycle on one side. You walk here, you enter the lobby right here, and the elevator is right here. So it's a very easy loading situation. They're almost direct access from the loading to the elevator area.
So how big is that area between, I see the parking stall, right next to the loading area, there's a parking stall. And how big is that area in relation to the furthest way you can go south, I guess?
You mean the distances? Like this is about 17 by 20 feet loading.
No, from there, right there,
Yes.
to the maximum. Are these parking spaces down here below?
You're talking about which parking spaces? I'm sorry, the ones here or up here?
What's the distance between those two?
From here to here, it's about 17 feet.
No, north-south.
North-south, this is about 20, almost, this is 25 feet, 26, 27, 28, 29, about 29, 30 feet.
So
This
someone,
backup space, if you're talking about this backup space, it's about 28 feet. I just measured it.
Haratsan, from the loading zone itself, from the southernmost part of the loading zone to the spot across the travel lane to
Yeah, it's
parking
28.
space to parking space 62 and 63, what's the distance?
Here, 28 feet.
Okay.
all right, so if you got like a box truck in there, you could pull in, back up, unload, and turn around and get out.
There's room to turn around, but not for the like huge, like, the stuff that does loading and unloading for malls. It doesn't have the room to back up there, but it is appropriate for loading of this type.
But you can back out. You can come in and you back out. You don't have to make a turn.
Haratsan, can you clarify the question is, if I have a box truck, like I get a U-Haul rental truck,
Yeah.
the space and the drive aisle here would accommodate that.
Yes.
But it would not accommodate a Mayflower truck, an 18-wheeler.
Exactly.
Okay, I think that's what he's asking the question.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Mr. Ramirez, where's the Mayflower truck going? It can't go on Screenland.
Yeah, can you show the site plan, Haratsan, if you have it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So along this side here on Screenland, where we're taking out curb cuts, Vice Chair?
Yeah.
That's where we were asking if it's so desired that for the larger trucks, that won't be the box trucks, that area in discussions with the traffic engineer and with transportation, that if they can designate that for large truck loading and unloading, that would be adjacent to the sidewalk. And the developer would have to design a path of travel so that they can get to the same location, i.e. the utility elevator or the elevators to be able to bring all your wares up to the upper floors for residential.
Yeah, I mean, that works. Does it work for the developer?
Rastan?
Yeah, I mean, we can make it work. If that's a condition of approval, we can make that work. I said that earlier. We can make that work.
He's walking through the questions, but the answer is you could make it work then, right?
We can make it work, and we have to study it, and we can make it work.
Okay.
Yes, the answer is yes, Rastan. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a number of conditions of approval. We have the LEED certification. We have the curb cut. We have the path to the loading area or to lobby. And what was the other? And we have the condition regarding the commercial being limited to only retail.
Well,
no CUP.
Of denying the CUP.
Deny the
for
CUP.
Reduction. Well, for the reduction of the number of parking spaces.
So we're just
Excuse me, Mr. Vice Chair, I have one question. I think Fred, you can answer this better. I thought CUP is important for mixed use, not just for the commercial.
No, that's why, but there's different actions within the CUP that they would be taking. So they would approve the height, they would approve the mixed use, but they wouldn't approve the parking reduction.
I understand, thank you.
What about, is there any way we can do LEED Gold in lieu of platinum, which is like the highest level, and it's gonna, that's a higher plateau.
I asked you the question, I gave you the choice, and you asked me to make the decision. So if you want gold, fine.
Backing off. Gold will be probably enough for something like this. I'll back off, but I'll let Mike answer that. It's really his call.
Well, I don't, to be honest with you, and I will be very honest again, I don't know the difference between platinum and gold. Can someone explain to me?
I'm not LEED certified, or I don't have the certification to tell you the two differences. But the point is, the higher the rating, the more requirements and the more items you're going to have to incorporate into the design. I think, Vice Chair, if it's understood that it's a LEED certified building, minimum gold standard, that if that is amenable to the board, I think in light of everything, that would be a significant step forward, Mike, if you so agree. And to Aratzon's point, the new building code, green building code, almost offers similar requirements. It's just that there's additional reporting and certification that has to happen for that LEED status. But I think if the board is, wants to ensure, and these mixed use projects have been LEED certified, and there's been kind of a range of those, but I think gold would be a good threshold.
I would agree to gold as a minimum threshold. If I can strive to platinum, I will do my best to do that. If it's not possible for us, I will deliver gold, and that's my pledge.
Okay. And then, Mr. Ramirez, one more time about the CUP. If we deny the CUP, then
what I would recommend is if you seem to be getting there. So if you get to the point where you're ready to take a motion on both the environmental, I would still say read both motions. You're going to amend the project entitlement resolution, which is the second one, with including all the conditions that have been talked about. But in the action of approving the CUP, you would approve 2 of the 3 components of the CUP request, but deny the request to modify the parking reduction. So you're approving the CUP, but you're not approving that one request within the CUP, which is sans the removal of the reduction in parking.
I'm sorry.
He still needs a CUP for height, and he still needs a CUP for the mixed use.
Why don't we just give them the CUP and restrict it only to retail? Retail or office.
Vice Chair, if I can add.
I guess you could say it that way too.
If I can just quickly add, just to provide clarification, adding to what Mr. Ramirez said. So right now the project is requesting 3 different CUPs. They're requesting a CUP for height, a CUP for the actual mixed-use project itself, and then another CUP for parking. So I believe what Mr. Ramirez was saying, that we can still approve, if it's the board's pleasure, the board can approve the CUP for height and the CUP for the mixed-use component. However, the board can choose to take an action to deny the CUP for parking, and in combination with that, condition the project so that uses are limited, so that the parking rate for whatever use moves in the future is no more than 3.3 per thousand. That would limit them to things like office or retail. In addition, it's separate from that. The board can choose to take another direction, but that may be the cleanest approach, just so that it's clear on the record that the CUP for parking was not approved, and that through a condition, the uses are limited to the parking provided.
Got it. All right. Everyone on board? Any more questions? Anything else anybody ironed out? Ms. Heiner, you're giving me the thumbs up? Is that, or something different? Okay. All right. Mr. Atikanian.
Yes, I'd like to move a resolution of the Planning Board, City of Burbank, certifying a final environmental impact report for project number 19-0001137 and adopting the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program with a statement of overriding considerations and findings of fact pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act. I would also ask for a resolution of the Planning Board, City of Burbank, approving project number 19-0001137, which includes a development review, conditional use permit, density bonus, and vesting tentative track map number 82605 for the mixed-use recreation residential project at 3700 Riverside Drive with the following amendments: that it be also in the project be gold LEED standard, that the applicant work with the city and the Department of Transportation to accommodate a specialized or specific parking area for an 18-wheeler with access to the current loading and unloading for residential people moving in, and also denying the CUP for the parking requirement, but approving the height and the mixed-use CUPs.
Wow.
Does that work?
We have a motion.
A second.
We have a second. Is that, we got it all covered?
Vice Chair, if I can just add to
Yes.
that motion, if the board so chooses, I would just add that uses allowed in that commercial space would be restricted to uses that are allowed in the permitted zone and also do not exceed a parking rate of 3.3 per 1,000 square feet of commercial space, which would be consistent with the parking being provided on site.
We'll add that into the record. We have
One more, Vice Chair. Sorry, Danny, can you please come back up and just clarify, there were changes that we were recommending to the conditions of approval, that the motion that is being made, if the person making the motion agrees, that would include the changes that staff pointed out in the conditions of approval.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, and it does not include, just to be clear, it includes the changes that staff made to the conditions of approval and the memorandums provided to the board ahead of the meeting. However, it does not include the changes requested by the applicant earlier in the presentation.
Okay.
That's correct. We didn't amend any of those.
We have it wrapped up. We have a motion. We have a second. Is there any more discussion on this topic? Seeing none, can we have the poll, please?
Board Member Monaco?
Approve.
Board Member Heiner?
Approved.
Board Member Atakunian?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosati?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, everybody. Mr. Balian, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Zadi, sorry to interrupt again.
Yeah.
I was just informed by IT that our public comment line is down. So I just recommend that we continue items 3 and 4 to the next regularly scheduled meeting, April 25th, 2022 at the regularly scheduled time.
You guys just want to go home.
Good job, IT.
All right, so
I am done.
public comment is down, so that means we can't do, we have to stop it because we do the minutes.
Vice Chair, if I can, just to be clear, for the record, the public comment line was not down throughout the public hearing for the
Correct.
project. It is lapsing, I believe, at 10:30 or 11, just because that's our standard time at which the planning board meeting public comment line typically goes down. We could not extend that, given that it has to be done by another city department. That's why the city attorney's office made that comment and is requesting continuation. Just want to be clear on the record so that it's clear that throughout the public hearing for the product you guys considered, there was sufficient time and there was the ability of people commenting on that project.
Okay, and that's thoroughly understood. So, Mr. City Attorney, should we just adjourn the whole meeting, or do we do or do we do approval of the minutes, reports, adjourn? Where do we go?
Sorry about that. That was my mistake. I think there's room if we want to do the minutes, and if we want. So my understanding, correct, that the line is open till 11. It's still operable till 11.
It is, but yeah, it is till 11, but the projects cannot get through.
Okay, yeah. So let's just do general comment period and approval of the minutes.
So you don't want to go for the next agenda item then?
I leave that up to staff and IT to predict how long the presentation is. If
I see
there's
what you're
room.
saying.
Vice Chair, if I may, we were informed by IT that the phone lines will go down at 11 o'clock, so we can't accept any public comment. We could do oral communication and continue the two other items to a date certain, which is April 25th, so we have certainty that the public can call in on either item if they choose to.
I mean, I think we can do item 4 and finish everything out, and do an item 3 we can do to a later date. I think.
I'm fine with that. And just to be exact, if we get through the public comment period, we can continue with the item. And if we can't get through it, then we can't deliberate and we just continue that item. So if we want to just push it till the end, then
All right.
I'm all for it. Whatever
All right.
the board's desire is.
So why don't we do item 3 and 4, we'll continue it to a later date. And then, do we need a motion for that?
Yes, it would be a motion. I want the motion to state that it would be for the next regular scheduled meeting on April 25th.
Okay.
So we don't have to renotice it.
Motion to continue items 3 and number 4 that were agendized for today to our April 25th regular meeting.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Board Member Monaco?
Yes.
Board Member Heiner,
Yes.
Board Member Atakunian,
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosati.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. And should we just go to general comment now?
I think we can move on to oral communications since
Okay.
we,
Now,
if in general communication.
let me find it on my schedule here. What page is the oral communication?
Page 12.
Page 12. Okay. Now is the time for oral communications from the public. Any person speaking during this period may address the board on any matter concerning city business. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. To participate, please call 818-238-3335, 818-238-3335. The phone lines are now open. Please bear with us as it takes a minute to get the first callers through. Any callers?
At the moment, no, but we'll allow the minute.
Okay.
There are no callers in the queue.
There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Now is time for reports from staff. Do we have any reports?
Vice Chair Rosati, your mic.
There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Now is the time for reports from staff. Do we have any reports?
We do not have any reports.
Now is the time for approval of the minutes from March 14th, 2022 and March 28th, 2022 Planning Board meeting. Are there any questions or comments or a motion for the minutes?
I move a motion to approve the minutes of March 14, 2022 and March 28, 2022.
I second.
No discussion? Go ahead.
Board Member Monaco,
Yes.
Board Member Heiner,
Yes.
Board Member Atakunian,
Yes, as to March 14, and I'll abstain from March 28 since I wasn't present.
Board Member Rosati.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Planning Board members may introduce new items for discussion, but no action may take place except for adding it to a future agenda. Do any Planning Board members have anything to introduce? None? Okay. Now is the time for city planner comments. Any comments from the city planner?
Just one comment. Just want to make the board aware that starting in May 9th, meetings will be back in the chamber for both the public and the board.
May 9th, excellent. We now adjourn to the next online planning board meeting for Monday, April 25th, 2022 at 6 p.m. The public is invited to view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following ways: by leaving an e-comment on the city webpage at www.burbankca.gov.ecomments or by calling 818-238-3335. Thanks, everyone, for your hard work and participation and rolling up your sleeves, and staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you.